Diese Konferenz wird nun aufgezeichnet.
I need to identify you here. Yes, here you. I have a question. Where are we going to? I mean, when are we going to get the recordings of the sessions? Okay. Good question. Sana will get back to you. Sana will send you to the recorded sessions. She will contact you. Okay. Okay, so let's go to the topic, and I'm sure that you are able to share your screen. Okay, I can see that. Okay. So we are good to go. I just need a minute so that I just want to speak to Sana on the same query. So yeah, I just need a minute and then we can start. Just a minute.
Hi, Raghu.
Hi.
Hi, Raghu. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. So yeah, we are complete. Okay, we will start and demo. Sana will get back to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we were discussing about the product master. Within the product master, we have understood about how are the different important fields which were to be maintainable for the planners, which are not existing as a fields earlier. So they are now available for us using our advanced planning. So that was something we have already explored. We have discussed, and we were trying to see the different tabs of product master. So we have done with our demand tab, and we are now going forward with the PPDS tab. Right? So you had any questions to the topic so far discussed? No, right?
No.
Yeah. So okay, lot size. Lot size was also discussed, right? Want to confirm? Yeah, we spoke about lot for lot, if you remember.
Okay.
Yeah. So PPDS tab, a very important tab where probably we have a few important fields and the significance we'll try to understand. Yeah. So probably you can also make a note of it. There are three important ways how the planning is being achieved in PPDS. So number one is using the planning procedure. Number two, heuristics or heuristic based planning. And number three is interactive planning. In interactive planning, again, we have two sub parts: interactive planning tools and interactive planning runs. So these are the three different ways how the planning is done, performed by the planners. So we are going to explore more about them more in detail with our sessions. Okay, so we have started with the one of the interesting one, that is planning procedure. So we have discussed that a planning procedure is nothing but a set of events which system has to follow in the process of making a planning of a product, and what are the different other events and the actions to that events the system has to follow, which makes it a complete planning procedure. So for that we have also seen that this planning procedure was not a maintainable field earlier. So which is now also available for us in advanced planning. So we had 1, 2, 4 as the 3 different planning procedures, right? So we will also we have started looking at the different events. So let us continue the same topic, the planning procedure. So I want you to go to SPRO setting, the transaction, and let us try to see the planning procedure and other details of it. Yeah, can you do that?
Sure. Where was that?
Advanced planning.
I'm here.
Okay. Then you
Ah,
see, yeah, correct.
proceed.
Alert monitor next to it. Yeah, correct. Okay, select planning procedure 4, which can have you the master of the list, but it's okay. You can select either of them. It's okay. You can be still in the 2 also, but you can see the big list of them. But however, it's little bit simple. But yeah, you can still go through them. Any issues? So yeah. So started with the events. So yesterday we took a small example in the scenario creation process, wherein a planner wants to do a material planning, and probably it has to undergo a few subjected changes, like the material has to move from a warehouse to a parking lot and from a parking lot to a plant, right? So in which probably we spoke about that there are events which system has to create or a planner has to create, like creation of a sale order and creation of a stock transfer order from one location to the other location. So that happens for in every situation or for every demand which comes for that product, it has to undergo those steps. So if the same has to be handled by advanced planning, you can manage using the events. So now you will see the other details, like for each and every event which is maintained under this planning procedure, you have some set of other options here which gives us a much more details of how significant is this planning procedure. Okay, so let us take the same the planning procedure too, in which we have an option called, yes, change sales order configuration in OLTP system. So uh, the OLTP system, what it refers to is, again, as I mentioned also in the previous discussions, this used to be the same settings, the same configuration aspects when ECC and APO were two different systems. So please do understand that it is no more a different system, but it is nothing but your OLTP side of your S4HANA system. Yeah, so there's the first step, change sales order configuration in OLTP system. Yeah, then you see there are some other necessary steps which system is trying to do. So if you can see here, you have the action, the next to it. Now, every time we are trying to refer to an event, we're also going to see the details of the action what system is trying to do. Okay, create a planning file entry, as similarly as how we see when an MRP runs, there is a planning file entry created. Similarly, here also in the advanced planning side, you see a planning file entry can also be created, in which probably system is trying to inquire or system is trying to give an update that okay, there is a necessity of a material, or there is an say maybe it's in the, depending on the context of whether it is going to be an in-house or whether it is going to be an external procured material, on that necessary action will be taken. But this, as a change, system is trying to create a planning file entry. So that is the one of the step it has done. So now you see the first step called an event called create sale order configuration. For that, the first action what system is trying to do is creating of a planning file entry. Okay, then let's go to the next one. So for every event which we are speaking, so you have to go it in this sequential way. Only then it makes a very clear awareness of how that event has been handled in a right way. So you also have the different options here, like say cover dependent stock transfer requirements immediately with existing receipts and so on. So which one is applicable, that will be applied. So you also see this, do not carry out any action. So whenever you see any of such a certain action item, maybe you have to also think about, okay, why was this maintained when there is no action item to be performed? Maybe there are further other things in which it was have active, or it has some other thing to do. So you have to go through each and every column against each and every event. So yeah, let's go to the next one if you have no questions on this. So there is something you see here called start product heuristics within these actions,
Okay,
which
I would have a question. Just in general, let's say I set up this spelling procedure 2 for a material, for a product. In this case, we have, actually it's applicable for our current client, which we are configuring now. So we have a sales order with the configuration in the S4 system. And then I say here, create planning file entries. But instead of create planning file entries, let's say cover dependence stock requirement immediately. Okay, so 3. Then I have a sales order with the configuration, and let's say there's a production order to cover it, to cover the requirements. If I change the configuration in the sales order and I save the sales order, what happens?
okay. So as you know, you are currently in an SPRO setting, right? So if you want to do a change or anything as such, probably you are supposed to create your own planning procedure. System cannot automatically switch to another action, right? Because it's an SPRO setting, number one. Number two, so as I mentioned, so where do you see the scope of planning to it? So how would the system would recognize that, okay, there is some action item for me to do? So we have still not yet we have not yet proceeded further to the interactive planning tools, where you can really see the real need of how these interactive planning tools are getting used in the context of planning, which we will see going forward. But just try to understand that when there is a demand which has to be fulfilled, and the system is trying to say do the supply, it is trying to create a supply, what are the different things it is considering, of which the first one of the thing we are trying to understand here is using a planning procedure, how system is trying to go forward. So Debo, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So currently, though we haven't seen how a demand versus supply can be, we can see, or like how a demand when it has received or the supply has been created, we haven't still gone to that step. But probably what we are trying to understand is how significant is this planning procedure. So the moment we go to the interactive planning tools, so probably you would start seeing this, all of these concepts. Where I spoke about the product heuristics, I spoke about this planning procedure, I spoke about the interactive planning. So all of them, how they are trying to use in the context of doing the planning, you will be trying to understand them. But as of now, just try to understand that if a product which has to be which has to undergo the planning, and if it has certain set of events the system has to perform, those are being articulated under this planning procedure. Okay.
Okay, I should see that to understand that, but okay, we can go on.
Okay, then coming to your question again, so there was there was a one option what you are trying to speak about is, instead of creating a planning file entry, what would system would do, or what would be the behavior of the system if you say cover dependent requirements immediately. So that was the other question what you asked. So yes, obviously, because there's a change of this plan procedure, you will not assign the same standard, but rather you will create a custom planning procedure. Right, so that you can change this action, what are your it is. Then, according to that, yes, obviously, when you do a create or a change of a sale order, and when there is a demand change, probably you are trying to help the system to understand how what should be the action it has to do. And here you are trying to say cover dependent requirements immediately. So if it is say an FG material, so probably yes, it has many SFG materials. It will try to see that their availabilities have been considered. Accordingly, if they are in-house planned orders or production orders, however they are, and if it is externally, then make a purchase requisition, purchase orders. or maybe according to your procurement type, especially procurement key, what we have discussed in the very beginning sessions. So probably you should go for a stock transfer order and all. Accordingly, system will try to create. So that's the one of the way how the system would do.
Okay, but at the time of a new MRP run or right away, or what's the trigger?
Yeah, good question. So the scope of which all materials should be influenced by this advanced planning is surely something we have to get it clear. So for example, for easy visualization purpose, I will take an example of a automobile industry, like say a car. So in this car, let us say I have different components. Say I have a steering, I have the screws and nuts, I have the wheels, and I have an engine. So of all, if you remember, we have classified the products as functional and innovative. So we know that, say, the engine is innovative in the nature, whereas tires and screws and nuts, they are functional in the nature. So I will say that this products like say screws and nuts and let us say the tires, I would be planning them in my OLTP system with say a process like reorder point planning or consumption based planning, blah blah blah, in any of those process. Whereas for an engine, which is still innovative in the nature, and also the car which I was speaking is also innovative in the nature. So probably let us say I'm going to do the planning for these two products in APO or advanced planning side, and we already know how it is being classified, that is using our MRP type. Now when I say cover the dependent requirements immediately, do I have a scope, or do I have to really check about how many number of screws and nuts are existing in my plant? No. Shall I tell you why? Because we have mentioned that it is MRP type as X naught. That means without bomb explosion, with bomb explosion, but without MRP. Am I right? So you are trying to just give a clear hint to the system that, so the screws and nuts and the tires, which we have mentioned, then that something which are going to be planned by our OLTP side, so they are not never interrupted. How should be they be planned is never interrupted by advanced planning side. The only thing what is the scope of interest for advanced planning is the engine, which is also being planned in advanced planning side, which is also still a dependent requirement for when I refer to a product called a car. So now when I give an option called cover dependent requirements immediately, I'm speaking about the engine and its availability of the stock and all, and how should it be further taken up. Hello, am I clear?
No, I still do not see what is exactly happening.
Okay, you
What
do not.
I mean, okay, a purchase requisition or a planned order should be created. Okay, but how? What creates this purchase requisition or the planned order?
Okay, see how it is going to be done, I'm going to show you. But probably for that, maybe you have to give me some more time, because after completion of the product heuristics, I'm sure it makes more sense, it makes more clear of how does that the supply element, whatever we are speaking, how it can be visible, how it can be seen by us, can be very clearly understood. Okay.
Sure. Okay, we can go on. Yeah.
Yeah. But I get your thought process, like how it is doing it, you want to know, but for that you have to just park it for a while, and once you go to interactive planning, I'm sure that will help you to get your answer. Okay, after the action you have the next one, that is reuse.
Raghu, one small suggestion. Maybe instead of the example, the car or something, maybe if you take any live, like whatever the clients you worked on, so if we go step by step, I think that might help us a little bit more. But I'll give the choice to you so that you.
uh, I'm completely fine with that also, but probably for that I need the above. You have to give me a product where you are using extensively advanced planning of that material, and then we can also use it in our further discussions also with the same material, which also helps you to uh, see the all the topic what we spoke in the reality. So for that I need a product which is surely extensively planned in advanced planning side. And thanks for the input, Vijay. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I was muted. So yeah, here I have such a product. It's a configurable vehicle, and it's extended to PPDS.
Okay, can you open a transaction? Let me use the chat option to mention it. Just a minute.
Sorry, I need to get my laptop charger. I'm gonna be back in half a minute.
Yeah, bitte. Julian, are you there?
Okay, what's this RRP3? It's not working.
You need to open SAP APO. If you remember, I said it earlier. So the two backslash lines, they mean SAP APO. Wonderful. Say continue. Okay, say 000 there, planning version, give the value as 000, and continue. That's it. No, not needed.
We need it because we have only project stock of this material.
Okay.
I guess we need it. Okay.
Maybe with F4 help you can check it. It helps if you have it.
Several WBS elements. Let's use this one.
Wonderful. Please make it full screen.
Sure. I have these go-to meetings icons everywhere, so it's not easy, but okay, here you go.
Yeah, wonderful. So, okay. So probably one of the ways what we are speaking about interactive planning. So one of the transaction here we have, that is product view. So just to see how a system is trying to consider the demand and accordingly how the system is trying to do the supply for that. So let us try to do a small example here. So addition to this, I just also want to know, Debo, do you have any product where you are using the product heuristics? Are you aware of it by heart, or you say, okay, I have to check it, Raghu, and I will let you know? What's the process? A product with product heuristic.
My colleague has started to explore the PPDS, and maybe he has set up somewhere the heuristics, but okay, let me try another one. Maybe would you see it here?
You can go to the product master. You can see the product master over there. There you can cross check, does it has a product heuristic or not.
Okay.
You have a product master tab within the screen. No, you need to go to a new screen. You are there in the same. Okay.
Here?
Go to PPDS tab. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same. Yeah. You can go to PPDS tab and verify.
There's a heuristic.
Wonderful. Okay. So though we haven't spoke yet about what is this product heuristic is, but you can first see the planning procedure is 4, that is planning in, planning run, So you can also go through the set of events that this particular product has, because it has been assigned with the prior procedure part 4. But let me just show you how a demand and supply, which is a very important case a planner has to handle. So how it is system is trying to do for that, let us try to see with a small example. So you can go to the elements tab now. Again, you are in the product master tab currently. Product master tab, and the above little above. Yeah, you are in the product master tab as of now. So you have to switch back to elements tab.
Okay.
Wonderful. So here you can go to change mode. Say yes, continue or save also works. I want to explain you what are all those, what does that mean by propagation range and all in detail, but just for your awareness and also for the others. Now we are gonna create. Are we allowed to create a new demand and all? It's lower environment, right? Like a development or a quality system. Am I right?
Yes, we can create anything here.
Okay, wonderful. So you can create a demand also. Then let's try to do that. You go to the order on the top. You have an order icon on the top, just beside product list. Yes, there. Yeah. So first we'll create a demand at the reception requirement quantity. Yes, there you give a minus, I mean a negative value, say -5, -10, whatever. So which says it's a demand, and also your available requirement date, keep it in future, say 31st of January, something like that.
So it's just gonna be a simulation.
Yeah, it's going to be simulation. Yeah.
Okay.
Then continue. And I want to see. Okay, you can remove the special stock and the assignment, but it's still okay. We'll still be able to, yeah, continue. Okay, you see the start time. The start time, can you keep it to say 29th, maybe? Or yeah, anything. Order for configurable product cannot be created. Okay, continue. It is not allowing you further.
Nope, it's a red one. But I can change the material, it's fine. But I can't change it. I mean, we would need the heuristics here, right?
Here
Because
we
I
are
don't.
gonna examine the heuristic. Okay, can you create a line item as how you see the CUS REQ, the customer request state? This you can see one of the line item here in the bottom. Yeah, that one. Similar to that, can you create something so that you can see the demand coming up here for the same product?
Sure.
Yeah. For the other people who are in the call, so what are we currently seeing is how the demand is flowing from OLTP side to the advanced planning side. So earlier there were different challenges. What the planners they had to face is like this. The first aspect is the CIF, SIFing part. So earlier we used to have the process of say updation, asynchronous and synchronous updations, and with the major master data changes, for example, let us say they were being handled using our a concept called change pointers, whereas the other ones, uh, like when I say in the context of transactional data, they have been handled using our CIF integration models, actively transferring the data with some specific periodicity. So that was something which we used to work earlier, right? But now in our S4 HANA system, so it's into one single box, you see the transferring issues of data are completely nullified. That's very important thing what we can see as a difference. And at the same time, the few important transactional data and the way how they have to be expected to be transferred to OLTP to advanced planning side or not is just a single click away, a single configuration checkbox away. That can also be one of the simplified process which we can refer when we are referring to ECC and APO and S/4HANA with advanced planning. Okay.
It means
all
S4
these
HANA there is no. Yeah, please go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure all these RRP3, all these transactions are in ECC right now.
So no ECC, only one box now.
No.
It's ECC and APO. There are no two boxes now, right? So
Yeah.
as for RRP3, everything we can access from one single box. So you need not log on to any other box. Yeah. So it's in within a.
You don't need to type /n/SAP APO. You just need to RRP. If you want to access RRP3, you just type RRP3. That's it, right?
No. I don't mean that. I'm saying, so if you compare it with when ECC and APO were two different boxes, and if you have to access this transaction RRP3, probably you have to first log in into APO system and then access the T code, right? Whereas now you're in the same box. So you can access MM03 and you can access RRP3 within the same box. Okay, you get it now?
Okay. Yeah.
And then there is no SIF interaction between R3 and APO, right? There is no transfer of master data and transactional data.
There is a small need of still, so the CIF, that's the reason why you have seen in the training contents, it is mentioned as the rewritten CIF story, because the CIF is still there with us. So the purpose is something different here. The scope of CIF has been little changed. So here the scope of CIF is to make, or you are trying to do a filtering of the data because you know that you are into a same box now, OLTP and world system and a planning system is into the same box now. For your further filtering of any objects, you would be using CIF. So if people who are in the call, if you are aware of some transactions like CFM1, CFM2, which are used for the activation of integration models, the concept of CIF, those transactions are still existing for us even here. The only thing is you don't have to really make a background jobs to schedule them and all, nor you are supposed to say have a quick monitoring of all those data transferring. But the only necessity of having CIF here is, like, let us say I have 1,000 products, of which probably I'm focused. I want to say that there are some specific class and characteristics which I have to be, focusing on, which I have to send it from OLTP side to advanced planning side. I'm using the filtering options what it has, and then probably I'm sending those selective data only to advanced planning side. So that's the only purpose, first major purpose why we have CIF in even on our S/4HANA box. Okay, so what was the one of the major thing which we should still SIF is the locations. So any new locations if you have ever created in S/4HANA, so you are still subjected to SIF them from OLTP side to advanced planning side. There's still a small reason behind, because as you know, the process mapping to the planning, active planning version, it has to be initiated. So for that is still being triggered, or that is still being a same common point of coding which is still there even when we had ECC and APO as two different boxes. Maybe going forward, maybe say the new versions of SAP S/4HANA, maybe it is going to be much more simplified, but still 1809, even 1909, I think it is still the same. The existence of those CIF elements are still there, but it is simplified to a very great extent when we see the dependencies of how it used to be when we compare it with ECC and APO to our S/4HANA box. Does it answer the questions of all in the meantime?
So you are demonstrating 1809. Sorry about that. Which version of HANA, Raghu?
I think
You are what?
it is 1809. If I'm not wrong.
1809. 1809.
Yeah. Beba, am I true? Am I correct? Can you confirm? Yeah.
1909.
1909. Okay, it's 1909, please. Sorry. It's 1909. Okay, new order has been created. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let us see the overall supply situation, how it is. Do I have a falling of supply? Is the demand greater than my supply now? Let us try to rectify it. Let us try to confirm it. Supply and shortage. Okay. Okay. You have requested for -1. Okay, very small quantity. Okay, let us see. Now can you please execute a product heuristic on the top? There is an option on the top, product heuristic.
Okay, because we have one on stock. I mean, I'm not sure what's that.
That's the batch code details. So the JBR is the
This is the storage location, and actually there's the control cycle, I guess.
no
Because
CC stands for an unrestricted stock. I'm going to explain you even about that. We say it as ATP categories. Don't you worry. But I want to see, a system has created ever any new planned order? Let us see that.
No, there was one planned order, but now it was deleted because we have this one stock. But why is this unrestricted stock inside the project stock? Because that's the project stock line, it says 0, and then for the unrestricted stock, in that project stock, we have 1.
Okay, so the very classification of data is something if you can see. So you see in the left hand side, there is a small navigation window. You see that individual project segment, right? You can see that, which is drill down, which you can also do a drill down. So you are trying to see at a, yeah. So now if you go to the other options, probably you see there would be a small change in the vision of this screen. Let us do that. You go to the next one within that, yeah, last but one, something like WBS2, yeah, that one. Select that. So you see here, so only this customer requirement and only this stock is something, it is belongs to this planning segment called, so what is WBS2. Okay, so but when you go to the top, it's an overall view of this product called 470010 with the specific respective project stocks or customer segments. According to that, you will see the data gets classified. So that's the reason why you have the data is been evaluated accordingly. Okay, Debo? You can also give a try to see the other individual project segments, and whereas if you go to the top, it is a collective of all of them. You can still see the same also, but it is at a collective level. That's the difference.
Yeah, I see the logic. What's here? I have no idea why I mean, this stock line here, which was in the project stock block, it means that it's unrestricted project stock. Yes, actually it is. We have here in the GBR storage location on this WBS element, we have 2 pieces. I guess one of them is reserved or somehow committed by the ATP, and that's why we see here 1.
Okay, so you still have many other interesting, wonderful options like the one which you have created now. You see that CUS REQ, yeah. So right click on that. You can use the right click option over there. Yeah.
Sorry, I double clicked it.
Okay, no problem. You can go one single step back. So again, you see there's a context. Context. Yeah, that one. So if you drill down this one, you would know what was the demand and what has been fulfilled. So you see this is a stock which has got pegged. This is what we say it as the pegging, right? The demand and supply netting details is what we say it as pegging. And how are they pegged? You see that information, they are dynamically pegged. You see the alphabet D over there, which means they are dynamically pegged. So that's what it is trying to convey to you.
Nice. Let me just quickly create a new one. It's gonna be like 20 seconds.
But ensure that you have an adequate stock, or then the system has to create a planned order, or you can make a bigger number, like say 4 or 5, to ensure
No,
that okay.
I cannot create a bigger one because it's
The
configurable.
lot size. Okay. Okay, I get it.
It's worked, but still, if you have one stock, then it must create a
A new one. To create a
planned
new
order.
one.
Okay.
So you need to go one single step back. You say retain.
Yeah, we should run the heuristics again.
No, you will still see the demand which is newly created.
Yes.
And here
Yeah,
can
because
now,
we have.
okay, now you can run your product heuristic again.
Yeah, here's the
And
planned order.
to see was that the planned order which was created against your new created demand, you can select the same way, select the line item and go to the context of it to see, okay, was that created or was it pegged to the same? Yeah.
Wow, nice.
Nice. So you see, the planned order has been created, but there are many things the system should be believing, and it has to do many validations in order to create a planned order. So there are really many hidden things system has to do in the context of configuration, which we are going to discuss, and then probably we understand how this creation of a receipt element, say called planned order, was it able to do at a defined work center and defined the operations and routings. You see the different bill of materials which are needed. Everything has been conveyed using this planned order. So how it is able to do that? That we are going to understand more clearly in our further discussions. But now you see that there is a demand and there is a supply which is created. So if there was a production planning, a general normal production planning in place, a planner has to do this creation of a planned order or this planned order, and further he has to commit that okay, this is the work center I'm going to use, these are the list of materials which have to be there. So he does material and capacity planning as a two different sequential steps, whereas here it's a unique single step, or you can also say it as parallel processing, where both material and capacity planning are done by the system at a one single shot. So that's the difference between a normal production planning and advanced production planning, right? So so here we have come to the whole discussion just to understand okay, how a demand and against this the supply which was being created, how it is taking the reflection with the different other settings what we are speaking altogether, wherein we have started our discussion with a planning procedure. So a planning procedure, as I mentioned, there are many different say actions the system is trying to process for and against and every event, which is completely made under this planning procedure and which has been assigned at a product master level. So for a product master level, you have to maintain under MM02 at your advanced planning site, which specific planning procedure can be used. So we also have the other important topic called the heuristics. So before we proceed with heuristics, we will first complete with the different other options what we had in the planning procedure, because we have just spoke about the action item, but we also had something like re-explosion possible or not, and how it is valid and relevant for the other events that we also try to understand, and then probably we will progress to the next important topic, that is heuristics. Okay, so any questions for me so far?
A lot of questions, but we can go on.
Okay, so let's go to the SPRO setting where we were discussing about the planning procedure. Okay, we have Suresh and Vijay with us. Hey Suresh, Vijay, you have any questions to me so far?
No, Raghu. It's fine for me.
Okay.
Yeah, same things. Like, and a lot of questions going forward. We might need to cover a lot of topics. Yeah,
Hmm.
we'll get many once we go further.
Okay, so yeah, so so when you have your time, please ensure that you are going through the different events, especially so that you have a more awareness of how complex the planning procedures can be maintained. And as I mentioned even in our previous discussion, that will a client or will the planners try to maintain the planning procedure for all the products which are getting planned? It's not a mandate because they take a huge computation value. So probably according to the need, only those products for which you have to do extensive planning and you know about, okay, these are some sequential steps which system would follow in the process of planning. Those are aligned with the planning procedure maintenance when they are creating this product masters. Okay, so we have spoke about this event, so-called create of a selection, the sales order configuration, change the sales order configuration. For that we have spoke about the action like create planning file entry. Then we have the next one, that is the reuse mode. Yeah, you can use that reuse mode, you can drill down that.
Where it is
Yes.
in SPRO, sorry, Raghu, like is this one in SPRO, where exactly this was fitting? Would you mind going through the one SPRO path, like if you can walk through us?
Oh, sure, just so you see the advanced planning tab from the beginning.
Where?
So you are
Okay.
Debo, can you highlight the advanced planning node
Yeah.
little above?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So below that you have maintain planning procedure. So that's the one. Yeah. So you here he has selected to manual without check. So for which we are trying to see the set of events and the actions, of which we are trying to see the reuse mode. Yeah.
So these four are pretty much standard SAP. Like there is not any, as you said, like if we need more scenarios, then we can create a little Z planning procedure Z with different options, right? But
Yes.
we have, okay.
So if the client determines that, okay, for their specific product, they have to undergo some specific events. So they may ask the consultants to create the custom planning procedures and get them assigned to that product types.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so here it is re-explode plan. So you don't see that use suitable receipt elements. So maybe if there was an option like action called cover the dependent requirements immediately, maybe there this use suitable receipts will come into the picture. So you could see the different combination system has to pick up now. According to the action, you see the reuse mode should be configured. So whenever you are trying to create your own planning procedures, you have to ensure that these specific things are in aligned so that it makes more sense. Okay. And give me just a minute. I just need a minute. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. So shall we go to the next options? If you are clear with this options under reuse mode, or anything is not clear, you can stop me, or we will go to the next one. Use suitable receipt elements, delete unfixed receipts, re-explode plan, and delete unfixed receipts, explode fixed receipts again. Okay. So how comfortable are you with these terms, fixed receipts and unfixed receipts?
Like firmed purchase requisitions, production orders. These are the fixed ones, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And the unfirmed purchase requisitions and the planned orders and the unfixed ones.
Okay, so to a great extent you are true. So there is a small correction what we can speak about. So your RRP3, the product overview transaction, is already open, where we can see a planned order. Can you please open it for me? Yeah. So if you double click on this, or you can go to the order processing, where I wanted to show you some interesting status a planned order consists of, which helps us to differentiate planned order. Yeah. So double click on the planned order. Okay. So you see there is something called PP firm status, right? Wonderful. And you have some changes like input firmed, output firmed, and date fixed. Yeah. So this, whenever an order, here I'm referring to a planned order, when it has been PP firmed, that means that you're trying to set a system that the system will not do any further changes to this receipt element because it is already firm, it is already fixed in the status, and any planning runs with the execute because of this status updation, system will not interrupt this type of planned orders. So a deletion of planned orders, should that be done or not, you are trying to recognize with the help of this firm status. And how do I get it? So any change of the scheduling of that order will give you this option, or you can manually also set up using this output form. You can see that the moment you are going to place that output form, you see automatically the PP firmed also comes up. You can do a try, you can see that. So just maintain that output form status as enabled. Yeah, hit enter now. You see that the PP firm status has also been updated. Okay, let me also show you some other interesting things. So here, this is what we say it as order processing, where we can see for a given planned order creation what system has did it for you. System has a complete awareness of the requirement elements. You can see the left hand side. So this product, which is ending with say 0010, it has the other products, maybe the bill of materials, let us say, like 0055, 0057, and 0058 are the different requirements, and also you can see the different operation system has to perform in order to make this plan order feasible. So all these details are already available for the advanced planning side. So we were referring to the same option again. So in the SPRO, where I was saying that re-explode or delete the fixed receipts. So it is trying to refer to the what are the receipt elements which have been created, how should they be handled, is what you're trying to refer under this reuse mode. Okay, and you have just now also seen using the context option, like when the demand for a given demand, a supply was created, was it created against that demand, or is it already existing supply? That you can also cross check, right? So in that way, the system validates for every option we have maintained in the planning procedure, and according to that, it does the further planning of it. Okay. So if you want to get this input firmed as an option, I can also show you that. So just remove this output formed again, you will see that PP formed will go away now again. Okay, so you see the requirements here 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can see that 1, 2, 3 requirements. Yeah, so go to the requirements tab, you know, the label of requirements. Yeah, double click on that label. Okay. You see the very details, like how much of quantity are they in need of. So for this product called 0050, it needs 2 in quantity, 057 it needs 1 in quantity, and 58 in 1 in quantity. Now let us say I want to do a change of this quantities. Say, yeah, the one which is in -2, can you make it to -3, something like that? Are you allowed to do that? Give a try. Hit enter. Okay, was changed successfully. Wonderful. So you go to a label in-house production 00132 there in the left hand side. In the left hand side, the place where you have come from the requirements. Yeah, double click on it. Double click on it. Yeah, you see the input firm status has also been updated because the input value of your requirement has also been triggered to a change, and that makes it both input and output firm, because the expected output is also again confirmed that you need a product which is ending with 010 with the specific quantities of what you have assigned. So you understand now, so such a change is what the planner has done, and they should not be volatile in the nature once the planning run executes. That's the reason why you're giving a weightage to that in the context of planning again, and this changes are subject to should be still be there for you essentially even after the next planning run when it has arrived. So that's the beauty, right? So you see, a planner is given a very wide number of options to explore, which we'll be briefly speaking about. But let us just go back to our topic of the planning procedure, where we are trying to understand how this fixed, unfixed, or firmed receipt elements, how should they be classified, how should they be considered in the context of planning. You're trying to determine using the planning procedure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so can you go back to SPRO? Then we have the scheduling status, which is also a wonderful option what you have to know. So you see the scheduling status. Yeah, your reuse mode is already done. You have to let it scroll right. You have a scrolling bar even on the bottom.
Okay.
Scheduling status. So this is something which is relevant when you are trying to specifically select an event. For example, say create a planned order. For that, maybe it makes sense to create, should also speak about the scheduling status. So according to the event you have selected, the system you are supposed to select your scheduling status and also the other options also, right? So for this, it doesn't make any sense because the sale order has nothing to do with the scheduling of it. Okay. The BOP planning entry is something which is relevant to an AATP topic, advanced planning topic, what we also say it as back order processing, where according to the prioritized demand, they will be maintaining it. It's not needed for us here, but yeah, just for your awareness, I'm speaking about it. Okay. And then we have this fixed pegging in multi-level planning. This is also something relevant to another methodology of AATP, advanced planning, multi-level planning, or MLATP we refer it to. So, but you can still try to refer to the options here.
Okay, this could be very interesting for us. How if I choose one like create fixed pegging relationships, how is the pegging going to be visible in the document flow?
So you have just now seen how the receipt and requirements can be seen. That's what the fixed with the pegging I have said. You just know, right? Like you go to the context wherein you can see the demand and the supply. It was only for one single level, that is here the same product at which the plan order was created. But when I say multi-level, so though I don't know their naming convention of your product, but I could say like you have your SFG, you have your FG. So all the different SFGs which are needed and also the FG, how are they being arranged or assigned to a specific order that you can see in a detail. That's what you say it as multi-level planning. Yeah.
Okay, but so there's no extra field or extra value in any table for that. We can only see it here in this okay, minute. Not here, but we check the receipts. Not even here.
Can you go
Where
one
was
single step back? Let me help you.
Yes, yeah, like here. So
Correct.
if I set fixed pegging, then I would be able to see this context here. Yeah. Which is
So there was an overall demand of 5. So that fulfillment of demand of 5, how it was done, you are trying to see it, but it is only again only at a your FG level material called, that is the product ending with 0010. But when you say multi-level ATP, you could imagine about the other components and how they have been fulfilled. So that's the little complex, but that's the way how the multi-level ATP would work. That's
okay.
another AATP methodology. Yeah, just for your awareness.
And where, like, how does the system know? Like, how do this data? How does this data get here when I run this transaction? Like, is it stored
Okay.
anywhere? You know about that?
Yeah. I can help you out, but I think maybe I don't want to get you confused. There is something called a live cache where it stores the data, and how to see the data. I also have a small other additional navigation help you have to go through, but not now. Probably once we have done with some of our master data point of view, and then once we go to the topic of planning, probably then we will start. Is that okay?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Can you go to the SPRO? Okay, wonderful. So we have all of these options together, which makes a complete planning procedure. So you are now in planning procedure 4. Wonderful. You see there are huge events here. So it's like, say, 3 or 4 pages down, you have the whole list of these events. So you can now imagine if a specific product, when it is assigned with a planning procedure, say for example 4, so it has to validate every event and the necessary actions and the specific say the reuse mode, or whether you speak about the scheduling status. According to that, it has to evaluate every event. So that's the reason why I said it, that it is more computational if you compare with the other planning. So only for those specific products which doesn't undergo any change, however the product it is, the planning is, so then probably we would use this planning procedure, or we still use interactive planning for more better ease of planning. Yeah, that's the takeaway point. So now let's, yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me now, or probably we will, if not, then we will go to the next topic, that is the heuristics.
You can go.
Okay, Vijay and Suresh.
Yeah, please
Yeah.
proceed.
Okay, so what's a heuristic? Let's try to understand the details or depth of it. So a heuristic is basically, if you have the definition of it, a heuristic as a definition is, you can say no, yeah, it's okay, it's good. You can say it as still no. Okay, a heuristic is a step-by-step procedure which system follows to get an expected output is what you see it as a heuristic. So in this step-by-step procedure, what we are trying to refer is being referred as an algorithm. And every heuristic, it has an algorithm which speaks about the step-by-step procedure it has to follow and get the expected output. Now, to take it more visualized, so Devo, can you please go to your desktop? Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you go to the desktop? Desktop. Yeah.
My desktop.
Yeah. So you have huge icons here, and I want to do a right click on the screen. Right click. Right click. Yeah. So you have this sort by. You have an option called this sort by. And everyone here in the call, I'm sure that you have been using this topic, this option, and you know that for every change or for every selected type, you see there is an output would be differing, right? So what would have happened? Maybe okay, you can go back to SAP, okay, or your OneNote, the Bebo. So what would have happened here is like there would be some piece of code which speaks that okay, what is the function it has to do? Say here it is to sorting of all the files or what are the different other objects which are on the screen according to the given input, right? The same also happens in the heuristic way of planning. How? So there is an assigned algorithm which speaks the piece of code, let us say in another way, which speaks about what is the different step-by-step sequence it has to follow to give your output. As how and every change in your input value, like sort according to the name, sort according to the type, you see a difference. Similarly, the different parameters, input parameter values, you see the heuristic gives you a different result. Okay, so how can we classify the heuristics? We'll just go with the heuristics classification, but it's a really interesting, a big topic for sure. But just I wanted to get you introduced with these topics because once we go forward, this is something which is going to be the building blocks of our planning. So you have to be aware of this topic. Okay, so heuristics can be majorly classified into 4 important types. So what are they? Let us try to keep a note of it. Number 1, product heuristics. Number 2, scheduling heuristics. 3, service heuristics. And 4, planning run heuristics. Yeah, so whatever the heuristic it is, whether it is a product or scheduling or service or planning or heuristics, all still have that same algorithm. And I mean, it has still the algorithm is common for them, but maybe the algorithm is different, but everyone still have their own algorithms. And the way, how do they work according to the scope and according to the way of the functionality, they have been classified into this 4 different types. Interesting, right? A heuristic is something which has an algorithm, which is nothing but your step-by-step sequential procedure it has to follow. And then probably it has to give you the output according to the input values what you have maintained, similar to what was being demonstrated by Devo, where he was trying to do a sorting of his different files according to his selected option like name or size. Accordingly, it has given you the output. So how are those going to be configured? What are the transactions we should be aware of, and how do I classify like whether it's a product heuristic or not, something like that? They are going to understand more about them in the detail in our next session. So I would now say that you are now free to ask your questions to the topic so far discussed today. So we had gone through the planning procedure, which is one of the most important planning aspects. So any questions on that you can ask me, or okay, any other questions also, and then we will call off the day. Yeah.
Okay, I have a lot of questions yet, but I mean, these are bigger questions. Today's topic was okay. Thank you very much. So no questions regarding the topics, but regarding everything else.
Okay. They get cleared as and when we progress with the topics, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, Raghu, like evaluation of like see 1909, 1803. Maybe if you can give me a little background on like so far in HANA, like what versions came up and yeah, when exactly the PPDS was moved in, and like what are the last 1 or 2 years, like what are the changes were happened, maybe yeah, so that yeah, if you can walk us through a little like versioning, like whatever happened in last 1 or 2 years, that will be helpful. Which version of HANA came first, and then yeah, are there any changes? Yeah, little background. Maybe I think I missed the last class.
Sure, Vijay.
Couple of minutes. That's it.
Yeah. So maybe the starting to the origin of SAP S4 HANA. So probably maybe I hope most of them are here aware that S4 HANA, the HANA database is its own SAP's database. Okay. So earlier we used to say Oracle or any other different types of databases. So this HANA as a database, it had one important potential, which is like a combination of both OLTP and OLAP. What is an OLTP? Online transactions processing. And what is OLAP? Online analytical processing. So because the database, the HANA database, or any database when you consider, there are two important aspects the database is to be very carefully to be considered. One is for the quick access, for quick storage of the data. So that's what happens in the OLTP process, like where you are going to save all your transactions, say creation of a sale order, creation of purchase order, production order, whatever it is, blah blah blah, will be surely been carried. They have to be registered, or they have to be saved on the system database. That's the first primary job, which is SAP is able to do effectively, even in when it was ECC and APO system. The next important aspect what system has to do is for the analytical processing, where the data has to be processed in a unique fashion so that the system is able to identify the information, the data, and make it as an information. So when I say data, it's just a piece of code, it's just about the records. But when I say information, it is more about giving some specific intuitions, or giving some information, some specific say processed data by which a planner or the planning can be much more effectively done. That's what system is to do under OLAP process. OLAP, online analytical processing system. So this OLTP and OLAP, which were the two different functionalities handled as two different systems earlier when we didn't have HANA as a database. So now these are managed within a one single database, that is S4 HANA, which is the reason why we also say it as in-memory processing. It is more faster. And the reason behind what makes it to be faster and what makes it to be very strong is the introduction of TREX, text recognition technology, and prime time as another one, which together makes it a powerful tool, a powerful database than any other older versions of R2, R3, and other evaluation process products what SAP had earlier. Okay, that's the one thing. S4HANA comes with two different, say, wow, flavors, I would say. One is on-premise, the other one is cloud. So taking the ERP solutions that, so when you see the ERP solutions, they were early, they were only on-premise solutions. So the cloud gives you many features, like you say something called as TOC, total ownership cost, which can be completely be reduced. So that is something the main focus is. That's the reason why clients, they are trying to move to cloud, because they can reduce their say on-premise. What are the different costs which are involved? You see the database maintenance, let us in another way. Those can be managed very easily when you have a cloud solution in place. So that is the reason behind why clients are trying to push their overall landscape to cloud. So SAP was able to come, SAP S4HANA, with two different flavors according to the customer's need, the client's need. Either he can go for a cloud, or he can also go for an on-premise. Okay. Then Some other important changes, the game changes, why SAP S/4HANA. So two major products have been released by SAP. One is SAP S/4HANA, another one is SAP IBP, Integrated Business Plan. So the statistical and the strategic and tactical planning aspects of planning are covered under IBP, Integrated Business Planning, whereas operational planning, which speaks about the day-to-day challenges, the day-to-day constraints of planning, or an overall constraint-based planning, is handled using our S/4HANA system. So that's the scope of S/4HANA system primarily. So what's the roadmap of SAP? As how integrated ECC and APO they were. Similarly, you would see in the say 2022 as the roadmap for SAP to bring such a strong integration with ECC and APO, how it used to be similar with SAP IBP with S/4HANA. So SAP IBP, which is purely completely a cloud-based technology product, so it has multiple features and it has multiple modules within it, similarly as how we used to have our APO modules. So the scope of them are different, the purpose of usage is different, and it has a higher say visibility towards a connection to the different source systems. So you can connect to any source system now, and it's very easy. You need not think about an XI system. Only few type of systems can be collaborated in that case. So all those constraints have been removed completely with this SAP IBP as a product. So you have a broader data processing scope. You have a much more clear data transmitting process also, you can say. With this HCI, HANA Cloud Integration is something which is trying to make this possible. So that is one of the big game changer also there, which will be discussed further on the need basis. After once we have done with this topics of S/4HANA planning PPDS, probably we'll also take one small session on how HCI is different and what are the different other options like subscription of different processes, how it is done, how easy it is, and why do they say it as metered services and all that we will be discussing more as we progress in the sessions. Okay, so those are a few important highlight points what we should be knowing about. Hello, am I audible? Yes, right? All the time.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe one last question, like, is there any IBP access that we are getting it? Is there any way?
No.
Sorry, Ravi. Okay.
Unfortunately, SAP IBP doesn't come with IDS.
Okay. So even as on today, like, okay, the hands on, yeah, we need to find. Okay.
Yeah, we do not have IDS system for IBP, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much, all of you, for joining this session today, and I hope you have enjoyed today's discussion. So if no other questions, then yes, let us call up the day.
Okay, thank you, Raghu.
Yep, bye-bye.
Thank,
Bye,
yeah, thank
everyone.
you all.
Thank you. Bye.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hello. Hi all. Hello. Am I audible? Sana, can you hear me? Um,
Hi Raghu, I can hear you.
Hi. A very good morning to all. Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, Ravi.
So yeah, let me make you the presenter. Yeah. This is the moderator. You are presenter now. Right. So you can start sharing your screen. So we will have a quick recap of topics what we have discussed so far, and then we will go ahead with the today's session. One minute. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
So we have started our discussion about the different ways of planning processes, of which we have started to understand the product master's relevant fields and how significant they are, of which we have started the PPDS tab, in which we have seen the planning procedure, right? Am I audible? I just want to confirm. Then you can say yes if it was clear. जी जल्दी बोल. Gurgly, do you have any problem? I don't see you are sharing your screen, and if you are speaking, I can't hear you.
I am sharing my screen. I mean, I can see that it should be okay. You can see my screen.
I see a project builder screen.
Yeah, that's my screen.
Okay, so we would currently go to product master, right? The place that we have. Yeah. Suresh and Vijay, you had any questions to the topic so far discussed, where we spoke about the product master, and we also have discussed about the PPDS tab, of which some important fields like the planning procedure. So we have got introduced about what is the planning procedure and the configuration aspects of how the different events are vital for us in the context of
Yeah.
planning, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we will probably go forward to see other fields also, and then we will go further to the understanding of how the interactive planning tools they work. So as I mentioned, there are three important aspects how the whole planning is done in PPDS: the planning procedures, then the heuristic-based planning, and interactive planning. In the interactive planning, we have two aspects. One is interactive planning tools, and the other one is interactive planning methods. So speaking about the heuristics, so we have discussed that heuristics, they are being classified into four different ways: product heuristics, then the service heuristics, scheduling heuristics, and planning run heuristics. So every heuristic, it has an algorithm. So an algorithm is nothing but you say the piece of code which gives you, which enables the heuristic to execute and give the specific output, or the step-by-step procedure which the heuristic has to execute to get the respected output. So we took an example of, say, like sorting of the files, which was also some of the specific option, a specific output which the system is expected according to the input value. So where do I see a whole bunch of heuristics which are available for me in the system? So I'll give you the transaction. It is CDPSC 11. So I'm going to use this chat option so that you can also access that transaction. So this is a transaction which you can use to see all the list of heuristics which are available for us, which can be used. So even any created new heuristics, which with the custom heuristics, what I mean, which can be a copy of any standard heuristics also, you can still see them under this transaction, the heuristics. So you can see here that it has the algorithms. You have every heuristic has a specified algorithm. The algorithm, it speaks about what is a piece of code it has to do. So out of interest, if someone says that, hey Raghu, I just also want to know what is the piece of code it has, so that I want to also see the technical details of the technical details of it. So probably you can copy this, the algorithm text which is there. You can using your control Y, you can do that. And yeah, you can go to SC37 to see this. The
What was it?
technical aspect. Sorry, SC37. Yeah.
What was the transaction where I should go?
SC37. SC37. SE.
SE.
E as in I'm. 99. You can see the chat option.
Ah, SE. Okay. This is a function module.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, now I get it.
So this is a technical. So what are the piece of code which system has to execute for you is something which is already there, which you can see it here. Okay, but we are just trying to know the functional aspects of it. But even if you want to say, sometimes probably if someone asks you like, hi, can you please help me in debugging of the planning run and its results and all, probably you can also see the technical aspects of it by making some additional say checkpoints, or you can maintain the breakpoints, and then accordingly you can work. So that's the reason behind why I'm explaining also the technical aspects of that heuristic. Okay, let's go back to the actual topic. So where we are trying to understand how unique each and every heuristic. So you see, there is a purpose in the short description. You are able to understand there is some hidden purpose what the heuristic is going to do for you. So of all these heuristics which are available for you, as I mentioned, they have been classified into those four different types: product, service, scheduling, and planning run relevant heuristics. The other information which can be also be used for you is having some other information about this. You have, for every heuristic, you have an I option there, right? The I information icon which is there. So you can see some important information regarding that heuristic. You can go through that. So every client may not be using, no, you have to use that. Yeah, wonderful. So you can see the further information about the heuristics here. So the list of heuristics what we have, I can also give you the list of heuristics, but probably this is a transaction where you can access them. So this helps you to understand what is the real purpose of the heuristic, and we still have many other important settings which we should know in the context of usage of a heuristic. But basic awareness about how the heuristic it is, where do I find it, and how it is say wholly constructed, that information is now clear for you all. Am I right? Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Vijay, Suresh.
Yes,
Any questions?
yes. No, you know, it's good.
Okay. So we have
Sorry to interrupt you, Raghu. Suresh here.
yeah, please.
Why do you use heuristics, and what is going to be created if you are running that heuristics? So instead of going back to the technical details, so mainly what is the purpose of heuristics?
Okay.
What kind of documents it will create orders, irrespective of orders?
Nice. So the scope of heuristics is depending on those classification. So probably I don't remember whether you were the part of that session where Debo has created a demand, and when he has executed the heuristic, he was able to see a supply element has been created by the system. I hope you were there, but I'm not sure. But probably you will get the recordings, however. So probably if you are not there, I will just explain you again about the process how it was. So whenever we are trying to speak about a planning, so probably we are either speaking about the demand versus supply of one of the aspect, or maybe some specifications like say scheduling aspects, like whether you want to schedule the orders in the right way, or you are trying to do some changes to a scheduled orders according to what are some other specific action system has to do. So all those things which manually intervention has been needed and which can still be processed further in a better way is what we are trying to do using a heuristic. So we took an example of say sorting of the files. Can I really go to the desktop? Dabo, if you don't mind, can you please go to the desktop for me for a while? I just want to explain how important it is to have a heuristic. Okay, so here you can see there is a good enough list of say folders or icons which are available on his desktop. So if I ask the work to please arrange his all records in a sequential way, maybe in the alphabetical order, let us say, probably he can start picking up each and every record and place by himself manually. Agreed? Yes. Vijay, Suresh.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. So, instead of that, maybe there is only a small trick of there's a small logic what I have to build for him to make his planning or to make his task more easier. What is that is, I know this is a very common thing. This is a very regularly happening process to him to be used, and there is some small technique he has to follow. So when I say sort, you have to sort these all things. Probably what he thinks about is, okay, in which way should I start sorting it? Maybe according to the file name, according to the name, the type of it, and so on. Which he's been given with the options of sort, which he can show you us, which he can show us to see that. Yeah, can you please right click on it and you can show that options. Devo? Yeah, sort by. So you see there are four options, and every option is trying to do the same option called sorting, but according to the input parameter, you will see the output in the output is something different because of the input parameter, but it is still performing the same action called sorting. So he can still do the sorting even by selecting each and every file and placing it into a sequence. But rather than that, by this just as an option, he is able to make his planning more faster or make his task more faster. The same happens with a heuristic. A heuristic is also going to perform with a set of instructions, what it has to follow, which is what we have seen in the algorithm. And what is an algorithm? It is called as algorithm because it speaks about the sequential steps, the step-by-step procedure system has to follow in order to get an output. And here for us, the output is maybe I have to create an order. It's a very simple process. So in that process, what will it do? It is able to understand with all of this details what it is being provided under this algorithm. Okay, a change to the input parameter, maybe there will be an output difference, right? So as he has did the sort, maybe the sorting output would be different when it is say according to the name, according to the size, there would be a difference in the output. Similarly, when I'm going to speak about a few changes, a few strategy profiles, and there's something about the heuristic by itself, however the different settings can be maintained, there would be difference in the output, but the very functionality of it is to certainly achieve something. So that's how a heuristic is making the planning more faster and more easier for the planner. Hello, are we clear?
Yeah, Raghu. Actually, in SNP, we have three kinds of heuristics, right? Like that, you have four types of heuristics, and each one is a specific task, right? The location heuristics and for a product heuristics and network heuristics. Like that, for what kind of functionality the back end it will happen while using for the running that heuristics. So it depends
Okay.
on this selection parameters.
Yeah, there is a little difference when you start comparing with the heuristics of SNP, what it has, and what the heuristics when we compare the PPDS. The PPDS heuristics, whatever we have spoke, whether it's a product heuristic or whether it's a service heuristic or even scheduling heuristics, they consider the constraints. So constraint-based planning is a very important aspect, which is a part of PPDS, which makes it to be a very special process. So when I say about constraints, so as I spoke in the very beginning discussions, the PPDS has the capability to understand the material and capacity requirements of the current system at the same time. So those are the constraints also in another dimension when we see. Because when I say if I do not have a sufficient adequate capacity, maybe I cannot propose a solution for the given demand. Am I right? For example, say for the next whole month, my resource is to be shut down for some maintenance activity. If a demand has come for me, and probably if I have to create an order, what is an order here? Maybe it's a planned order, production order, which speaks about the utilization of that resource. So if I do not consider this constraint and if I create an order, what does that mean? That means I'm violating the physical constraints, and probably that will again lead to a deviation, obviously. Though it creates an order, but it is of no use, right? Because when you really go to the process of implementing it, or when you're trying to make it a realized thing, you would see that it cannot be done because the resource is not available for the whole month. Am I right? Hello?
Yeah.
So a PPDS planning, when it is in the scope of planning, when it considers the constraints. So how those constraints are going to be considered more in detail, we are going to understand with the further settings what we have. But probably here the scope is that we are trying to see in the context of a product master, we have seen a PPDS tab, which is a very important tab in the context of planning to understand how the settings of it are going to make a real difference, of which we have started understanding about one of the field called product heuristic. So a product heuristic is mainly focused on a product and its output. So when I say an output, so if I say an in-house producible product, it is. What would be the output? Maybe it is a planned order. Am I right? Because I'm saying I'm going to produce this product in-house. Hello? Do you agree? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be a creation of a planned order. Maybe if I say it's a procurement of type, say F, external procurement, probably I'm not very much bothered about the in-house capability. Probably I'm only bothered about, say, the lot size and all. Then probably I'm going to speak about the purchase requisition which system has to create. When to a very it is very limited. It doesn't have to be very much uh, say very much deep understanding is not needed. But when I speak about in-house capability, when I'm speaking about the in-house production capability, probably there are many different things which comes into the process. So I would request you to go through the classification of work centers, which is one of the sessions what we have took, wherein we have discussed very clearly what are the different work centers and their classification and on which processes they have been classified into. So that gives us a more granularity about, okay, how this different classified work centers which will be going to be used by us in the process of planning, how have they been considered more in detail in making up a planned order which will be used further for the production. You are going to understand it more in detail when you are going further with the topics. Okay, so those
So,
things.
so what you mean to say is like in the PPDS heuristic, like we have the option of giving inputs like whatever the constraints, we will input it. But whereas in SNP, either in location or network, we don't have the option of giving, like that is a standard algorithm. This is a pretty much like where you can modify the your inputs, like input values that you want to say like that too. Raghu? Is that a fair
So
statement?
to an extent, so what I would like to say is that the PPDS planning is a constant based planning.
Mm-hmm.
Vijay. And at the same
Uh-huh.
time, when I speak about the changes of the options, so as a planner, PPDS gives you a multiple options to change your strategies. So you're going to understand how is what the strategy is all about and how you can assign your different strategies. So you don't see the same the flexibility when you compare with an SNP heuristic. We also have the difference is also little very much important because when we see the overall planning, there are three different aspects: strategic, tactical, operational. The purpose is different, the horizons in which they work is different. Agreed, Vijay? Right?
Yes.
So
Mm-hmm.
the strategic it is, maybe it is in a long horizon, or we also say long term. Sorry, someone can be in mute. Yeah. So it is a long-term planning. So maybe it has a horizons of 2 to 7 years also. But when we speak about tactical planning, maybe it is from the months to say 1 or 2 years, let us say. So that's the maximum horizon in which your midterm planning works. So you're not trying to see your horizons to the days or say second wise of planning. You're not so much constrained, you're considering the details to an extent of days or seconds, which is needed for us in the context of PPDS. Why? Because it's a short-term planning. It takes the real-time shop floor inputs, or you say the real aspects of how the production really happens, and according to that, it has to be modified. So that gives us a very clear difference that the scope of PPDS is different, and obviously, when we are trying to see when we are trying to apply the same constraints, they are much more detailed when we refer to the PPDS heuristics, but when we refer in the same way to the SMP heuristics. So there's a difference in which the way they work. So I don't say that it is compromised, but it is like it has the scope into different horizons. Like in the midterm, there's a reason why the SMP doesn't go for the detailed constraints situations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you have time, I would say that you can start making yourself equantines with most of the other heuristics. So every heuristic has a wonderful story with it because the purpose of it, you can try to understand with its description. But however, we are trying to take a few of the heuristics to understand how they are, which also gives you a much more awareness of how the heuristics can be considered in the process of reading the planning runs and how are they being used that you can understand. Okay, so let's go back to a product master where we have seen the product heuristics. So you have a big list of heuristics which is being shown to you now, of which of them do fall for me as product heuristics? Maybe if I want to know out of my curiosity. So I can go to product heuristic. Yes, I can use the F4 help here. So only product heuristics will be visible to me. Maybe it will be 20 or 25 at max, probably. So you have 12 heuristics only here. Wonderful. So all the heuristics what you're seeing here, they are product heuristics. Okay, but if you say, Raghu, how do I differentiate them in the CDPS 11 transaction? So probably you have to go to the details. So there are a few important fields which will be very vital. When you're trying to say details of that, you will be seeing that it has some different tabs. According to that, you will say that, okay, this could be a product heuristic and this may not be a product heuristic. So you will see some differences. So, but for the easy purpose of you, how do you differentiate product heuristics? You can use that F4 help of product heuristics where you can get them. Okay, so probably if you take SAP PP 002, planning of standard lots, which is being used here in the now in a different process also, because you have seen a product which uses the same SAP PP 002 planning of standard lots. Yeah, we can see that. You can go to the details of it also. Above. Okay, it's okay even if it is reorder from planning. It is also one of the product heuristic. Okay, we have this basic settings. We have the lot size. We also have the strategy. So these are the three important tabs which are expected to be there as the product heuristic one. So as I mentioned, so you can go to the details of it also further, but just for your awareness, as I mentioned, that whenever we are trying to refer a heuristic, we are holistically trying to understand that it has firstly an algorithm, that is the step-by-step sequential procedure it has to follow, and the input value which system has to be given. So a change to this values, whatever is been maintained, if you want to do a change, probably the system also gives you an opportunity to create your custom heuristics with referring to the same. And what is the reference for you which you are going to use is this algorithm, because you're going to use the same algorithm, but probably you're going to change some values, like minimum lot size should be something like say 100, maximum should be 10,000, something like that. You're going to change the values accordingly. You're going to give the options of the strategy. We are going to speak more about this strategy also in our upcoming discussions. So a changes which this client want to use or implement, he can be using them with the custom heuristics and giving the same reference algorithm so that they can apply the same piece of code of the logic with a different input values, as how we have seen sorting as an option or as a function, and where we had that 4 different options like according to the name, size, and whatever. Same fashion. Yeah, so that's the a very good powerful tool the heuristics are. Okay, and
you meant to say, sorry about that. You meant to say PP002 is the standard like ECC, like MRP, and the 007 where you can tweak the, you can adjust to which one you should consider, whether minimum lot size, maximum lot size. It's also a different form of the MRP, the same MRP concept that the ECC is using. It's in a different format of like heuristics here.
Okay, so maybe we have to unlearn a process of comparing with MRP. There's a very difference between, because when you see a planning happens at an ECC, okay, so there the expectation is that probably when I say something about say replenishment lead time, RLT, after replenishment lead time according to ECC, if I want to create a planned order, system would consider that, okay, after this time the system will be able to create an order. For example, if I say an order processing in ECC, I would refer that, for example, I have given the in-house production days as 2 days. Okay, and probably I have a demand and system is trying to create a supply element for it, say the planned order, let us say. Now, after 2 days, what does the system understand is that, okay, after 2 days, I can get this product, is what the system understanding is, right? Because it doesn't have a linear planning of, say, that the current available capacities, how much it is loaded, and other details. It's not very much detailly available. So probably it sees that, okay, after 2 days, system will be creating a plan. Fair enough. In this case, if the resource was available, probably it is giving you a right MAD, material availability date. But in the absence of it, probably it is a deviation. Right, Vijay?
Yeah.
Do you have,
in the RLT, yeah, replenishment lead time it will consider, and if it will put the planned order right after the taking into consideration of replenishment lead time. But what you are saying here, it is different.
Yes, it is different.
Right?
Yeah, because it just not only takes the 2 days of the replenishment lead time, but at the same time, which resource is getting used and does it has an adequate capacity to handle the demand or not. So in that way,
Oh, which
the scheduling of
resource?
the order,
Okay, okay.
yeah,
Okay, that means
as
it will consider at the same time it will take resource capacity also into consideration. Okay.
very good, very good. Yeah. So as I said you that not only the material necessities, but also the capacity necessities is also something it has to take care. So it is considered here. That makes it more granular. That makes it more detailed. Where it was not the same case when we referred it in the production planning, because there I was assuming that okay, after 2 days maybe it can be December 31st, right? Maybe it can be a January 1st, which can be a public holiday where there is no research getting started. It's not going to work that day. Then probably the resource is not available for us, but still system is trying to confirm an order for the day. I'm just saying not a public holiday. Of course, maybe it can still consider the factory calendar, but you can just imagine about a non-working time of a resource, right? Okay. Questions to me? If not, probably yes, we will go back to our product master place. So one important transaction which you can refer to whenever you want to know the details of further about a heuristic and settings, please refer to CDPS 11. It's a very important transaction which you can also refer to in your issues. Okay.
Maybe if you can give like 3-4 heuristics that you use like in
We will,
most
we will,
common scenarios, maybe.
we will be discussing. Yeah, sure. We will be discussing. But currently, as of now, I want to go further with the product master. Probably once we go with interactive planning, we are going to speak more about the heuristics, the different ways, and what are different mainly used heuristics. I want to speak about. Yeah, it's still there in the curriculum. Okay.
Okay,
Then
thanks.
we have the plan explosion. Wonderful. The plan explosion, if you remember, so one of the field what we had even in our advanced planning, right? To consider the the PDS. So when I say a plan explosion, so how vital it is a plan explosion is. So when we see a change in the demand, it should be able to respond. It should be able to make the supply element to be changed according to the demand. So this is possible and making it more effectively with the help of this small option of plan explosion. And then the plan explosion is considering the the source as PDS, production data structures. So if you remember, this was something what we have already discussed, which is a combination of bill of materials and routing. So the necessary information of how when supply element has to be created is being considered from this PDS. We also have another important option for just for your recollection purpose. Debo, if you go to MM03, probably you have the if you go to MM03, probably you can also go to MRP4 for the same product. Yeah. MRP4, please, where you see the production versions. Yep. So here you have the details of what is the validity from and to, and accordingly, what is also the scope of it. Like, am I going to use it for the rate based, or I'm going to use it as a recipe or routing? So all those details have been provided to me under this production version. So you can see here the detailed planning. You see the routing here, which was be selected here. Yeah. You also see if it is a process industry, it would be a recipe and other details. So a creation of a planned order, how is it going to create a planned order, and further processing of it, which is going to create a production order or process order, is depending on the details what we maintain under our production versions. Right? Any questions to me on this topic? No, right? If no questions, yeah, we'll. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Then we have the other important aspect here is the horizons. Okay. In the horizons, yes, we have the opening period, the PPDS planning time frames, and here there was a small change which has which like the PPDS horizon what we say refer to, which used to be an option here, and I also wanted to open the other transaction and into a new session, the model version management MVM transaction, which you have already seen. Debo, can you also open that transaction for me? / and SAP APO MVM model version management. Wonderful. Can you select the 000, the below one, active version? If you go to the down, the PPDS option here, you can see the PPDS horizon in days is maintained here, right? So it was something which they have simplified. So they want to say that a PPDS horizon, which is something which is globally acceptable, they can maintain the value here. That means all the products which will be used for the planning, they are going to share the same PPDS horizon in days in the context of planning. So earlier it was product specific, but you have it is now a model version management specific. So you want to do a change, probably you can change it here, but it is suggested to not to change frequently because it also influences the different other already created orders and all. So they don't suggest you to do that. But this is a place where you want to refer like, okay, what is a PPDS horizon? I'm going to explain, but this is something, if you refer to an ECC and APO as two different systems, so we used to have this PPDS horizon in days as a product master specific field, which is now the scope is only in the model version management. Okay, we'll go back to product master, and then after we discussed about all of the horizons, I will speak about this specific horizon. Okay, you can still use F1 help, and you can also go through that for this opening period. Yeah, you can open it and you can go through, and you can ask me if you have any questions. It's easier for us to understand. It also gives you the example. Yeah, can you do that for me, Debo? F1 help for this. Yeah. Go to the opening period and opening date also. Yeah, can you make it maximum size? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I hope the font is visible to all. It's not staining anyone of the eyes. If it is, please tell me so that Debo can help us by increasing the zooming factor.
So this is where like so if you would like to convert into production orders, or so by default the system automatically converts into production orders for you from the planned orders, right?
Yeah. So this is something which can be used for us where you want to run some say background jobs for the conversion process. So this is going to be helpful for us in that case, especially the opening period and opening time, because all of those orders which fall into this horizon are subjected to be conversion process. In that way it means. So that's the purpose of having an opening period and opening time. Yeah, very good. And if you refer in your say strategic and tactical planning, Vijay, you can refer it as something as a frozen horizon where orders are not going to be further changed because you are going to process it further to your uh, operational planning aspect. Right, Vijay? The same happens here.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
So because APO is never, or the advanced planning is also never an execution system, So all these orders which are into this within this opening period, they are further processed to their OLTP side, which are further getting for the execution purpose. Here's a process of production orders. So those are be subjected there. So this opening period helps us for that. Yeah. Then we have this conversion rule, the next aspect. Okay. Conversion rule, it can be because of some three important factors on which we can decide should the conversion be further be done or not. So we are reading all of this under this horizon. So because we are trying to understand within a planning horizon, how specific options here maintained are they going to make a planning relevant, say, effect. For example, conversion rule. Maybe I'm considering about an FG material and its availability, and then if I have an adequate material by itself, its availability is there and its specific resource where it has to be produced is available, probably I want to confirm it. So that's an conversion rule I'm trying to consider here to ensure that okay, my specific demand and the immediate independent supply element, are they available or not. Maybe that's one way of considering it. The other one is maybe I'm trying to consider the dependent aspects of it. So to see those three important aspects, what I'm now saying, which we say it as in the conversion rule which we are going to maintain, we are going to also see it in the SPRO option. So I requested Debo to open SPRO in a new session so that I can show where do we see this conversion rule, and we can see also those three options. Yep. SPRO. Advanced planning. Okay, you know we do advanced planning. Okay, then go to basic settings. Okay, can you say Control F using your Control F? Can you go to that conversion rule? Yeah.
It's gonna take a long time.
Okay. In the meantime, the three aspects where the conversion rule is going to be applied is maybe the checking at the same level of material, checking at the dependent level components, and maybe the checking it in some customized option what they want to consider, which we set as the body. With using those three aspects, they would try to consider a particular plan order should be further be converted to a production order or process order or not. So why this makes so much of importance is, so whenever we are trying to do a production order conversion, so it is something which we are trying to subject or which we are trying to do the publications at our OLTP side, which is going to influence many other factors like maybe the resource availability, the materials availability, the cost involved, and many other reasons. So these publications which system is going to do from advanced planning to OLTP side, it has subjected to this specific changes, specific rules, specific checks. Only upon satisfying those, we are trying to say to the system that okay, this order can be further be converted to a production or process order. Okay. Is at the same time it happens, Debo, for you to look into an entry in SPRO, or maybe today it is slow?
In this new S4 system we have, it's when we search
for something in SPRO for the first time, it's usually like that. And then the second search is already much faster. I don't know what's the reason behind, but now we have it.
Yeah, just a minute. Not this. SAP product conversion rules. Define conversion rules. That first one, can you use that one? Yeah, can you select that one? Okay, execute. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is the one. So can you select one of them and go to the details? Okay, as I said, yeah, we have ATP check, that is when you are trying to validate the material on the same level. That's an ATP check. And the other one is the requirements check. That means you are also trying to see its requirement elements are also been validated, only then you are trying to do the further conversion. And the other one is the body check, where probably there are some additional body which was built, so you have some customization there which is activated for you. So probably you can also check with your client regarding what is some specifications what they have maintained for this body to make the system to use the specific checking rule when they are trying to do the conversion. So whenever we are trying to use this conversion rule, we have to very important to understand is that what are the settings what is maintained under here and which combination they have used. So when I say if I don't use a conversion, that is fair enough, because I don't want to see any constraints of when I'm trying to refer to the process of converting a plan order to a production order. But when there is an option of conversion rule, we have another important transaction which I will be also explaining, which is called as mass conversion or RRP7, what we refer it as. We have seen a transaction called RRP3, product view, and it also falls into the same order views, RRP7, where we do a mass conversion. System also considers the conversion rule accordingly. It suggests the different order which can be converted. So if you are using conversion rules, try to get some more products which have been used with the conversion rule there, so that you can also try to see the difference for a product which are using the conversion rule, which are not using the conversion rule, using the transaction. Okay, which you can do it in the next session. In the next session, you can try to select if you have any products which are using conversion rule. Okay. And if you want to know by yourself how which particular products are using the conversion rule or not, I would suggest you to refer to that table which I have said you, v_matlog, so that you can see the selection options by which you can find out which products are using the conversion rule. Okay, Tebo?
Okay, what was the table again?
Okay, I'll type it to you. Do you see my chat?
No. Okay, now, yeah, Matlock, okay.
No.
Transaction, okay.
No, it is still the table name only, but it also has SAP APO in its name as how you maintain in the transaction. v_matlog. This has only material and lock IDs, but yeah, you can use that directly.
Like that.
Yeah, good. So you have to just select the other important selection fields accordingly. You try to find out do any specific product has selection rule active or not. If yes, try to bring up those products. Okay, which you can do to the next session.
So the HANA has brought all these tables into like ECC, v_matlog, and most important relevant to APO tables. Is that correct, Raghu? Okay.
Yeah, Vijay. So the way how the data processing happens, so once you're going to go with the interactive planning tools, we have the concept of live cache when it comes into the picture. So how the data is read, how the data is processed, it is something different when we refer to a transparent table. Technically, we have something called as transparent table, and we have pooled add cluster tables. Any one of them, you have idea on this? Want to know about this, you can just stop me and you can ask me about this if you want to know. But yeah, it just for the technical aspects. Okay, so
Yeah.
so the way how the tables are constructed, the way how the tables are working also a little different when we refer to an advanced planning side, because they are especially planned for faster access of data. So you have a different way of data storage also, which you will also understand more when we go further in this discussion. Okay. Yeah, so that would be a small homework for you, Devo and Julia, so that you can start seeing the different product heuristics first, make a list of them, and what are mostly used product heuristics products, you can try to find out them. It also helps you, this small assignment will also help you to start using the other important transactions in our upcoming sessions. So try to ensure that you are coming up with some list of materials if you are using with this product heuristics, which we can use it in a nice way for our articulating more of our examples in that context. Okay. And secondly, I want you to also read that additional information which is available for those product heuristics under CDPS 11 transaction, which gives you a basic awareness of how that heuristic works. You can just start only with the product heuristic. So you have 12 heuristics in your bucket. You can go through them. It also helps you to understand them. There is a small document regarding product heuristics which will be sent by me, say by Monday, which also helps you to understand more about some commonly used product heuristics in PPDS aspects. Yeah. So that's the topic what we have regarding the product heuristics. So we'll go back to the product master, please, so that we can speak about the other horizon options, and then we will go with the other tabs also. Yeah. So then we have this PPDS planning timeframes, the other one, right? After the the opening period, we have the PPDS planning timeframes. Can you see that? Yeah. The PPDS planning timeframes is something, is also a place where you see the orders are never allowed to be changed further with the planning run. So in the PPDS planning timeframes, so if an order falls into the PPDS planning timeframes, as we have seen, an option of say fixed is something which system is going to acquire when you're trying to do a change in the input value of its requirements, or when you're trying to do a change it as an output form. That means you are trying to fix the data of that product, of that specific order and all, which is trying to give it as an output form. Similarly, if the orders fall within this PPDS planning time fence, as you see, it's a timing fence. It's like a fence where you are trying to say that it is going to stop the further planning runs to change those orders. So what could be a reason behind why this horizons have been maintained? So because as how we also execute very frequently the MRP runs in OLTP side. Similarly, a few clients, they have a regular scheduled jobs of interactive planning runs also in PPDS. So maybe in that case, there's a scope of change of all the existing orders which are in the system of a given product. So, but probably what I want to ensure that some specific orders which are very close to my production, to the shop floor, should not be influenced. So for that, I will use this PPDS planning timeframes as an option. That makes me my next operational planning, or say my next the shop floor production process, which we also say as manufacturing execution system list, which every production shop floor they are need of when they start off with the day, they are getting some adequate number of orders for further processing. So that's the very intention of why they have to maintain the PPDS planning templates. So we are going to see about a few other transactions which also helps the planners, or you say the shop floor engineers, to get their MES sheet list, what we say that's manufacturing execution sheet list details. They will be getting those lists to have an overall view of which specific products are going to be manufactured in a given day wise, something like that. So how they can extract those reports right from PPDS or right from the advanced planning, we are going to detail speak about them in our upcoming sessions. Okay, then the adjustment horizon, yes, is also another important one which we can discuss, but probably you can also read the F1 help of it, and you can ask me if you have any questions on that. Yeah. Can you please open the F1 help of the adjustment horizon, Gurgly?
There's no help.
No help? There's no F1 help over here.
F1, okay. Okay.
Is that clear? Questions to me? Vijay, Suresh?
What it is saying is basically it only considers the sales. This field is considers only when you try to convert the orders which are relevant for sales orders, right? Yeah. Yeah. That means like when you are trying to do a sales order oriented planning, what it is saying is it will convert those orders within that specific to sales orders. Is that exactly right? Maybe, yeah. I think Raghu, maybe you might, yeah. You do. Okay.
Yeah. So when we speak about a demand, there are two versions of it. We say it as actual demand and planned demand. Can someone tell me the difference between them? What is an actual demand and what is a planned demand?
Yeah.
Make to order and make to stock scenarios.
Yeah, actual demand is yeah, that's right. Is mostly oriented make to order plus make to stock. What is the planned demand is whatever is the demand to the forecast.
Okay. Can I flip it in this way? For demand in which I know the factors like the customer, the material, the quantity, and also sometimes expected date. When I know all of these parameters, probably I would say it's a actual demand, right? As in your sale order. You know the customer to whom you are trying to sell, the material, how much in quantity, and what time is he going to expect from you, right? Actual demand. And the vice versa of it is your planned demand, right? Hello? Of course, you could refer it as okay, forecast. It is true. You can also see it as PIRs, planned demand requirements. But probably here we are trying to refer this specifically because we know that okay, with specific material in the quantities of how much are they trying to do the planning accordingly to an accurate level. So I'm specifying it as actual demand, right? So this horizon is relevant for actual demand planning is what he means to say. Only not only the sales order, the context is that actual demand is coming into the picture. So that's the the thought process behind. Hello? So yes, this adjustment horizon is something it is used for the actual demand processing, And I believe, Devo, in your process, you don't have any forecast specific influence over your production planning, because you get your demands right from their OLTP side, or you have any other process which you are also want to know, you can let me know. Like you have any VSFs which comes up from say an IBP or any other different planning tool? Do you get in that way for your forecast, or it's only from the Unix CL orders what we come, which you receive at your OLTP side? How it is for you?
I don't know. Your voice quality is very bad, but basically at our client we're gonna have planned independent requirements, customer independent requirements, and quotes. If that's
Okay,
all
you
the
are.
question.
And is my voice clarity different now, or from the beginning it is like the same? You can hear me better now. Just my microphone. Can you see any difference? Is
Yeah, I
better
would.
now?
Yes, a little bit. Yes.
Okay. Vijay, you also have the same problem. You can let me know anytime. You see the same issue with my voice?
No, voice is good, but maybe if yeah, maybe little so I think it might help us little better. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe I think yeah.
Okay. You can please stop me. Anyone who has any inconveniences, yes, you can stop me. Thanks for that, Devo. Okay. So then we will surely go to the next tab, that is our procurement tab. We know this has been all the different options what we have received from our OLTP side, MM02, procurement type, procurement delivery time, and also the stock cost. Yeah. And you also see the stock in value that is going to be dynamically gets updated whenever you're trying to update the stock. You can see the stock values also gets updated here under this option. So you want to see what is the overall stock availability of that specific product at a specific location level. This is also another place where you can validate. Okay. Yeah, we also have the GRGI specific tab and extra tab. So GRGI is also something which we, according to our material master settings, what we have maintained, the GR processing time, GI processing time, what we have maintained, and that will be coming up from there. And the extra tab, which is there for us, is especially for any custom fields what we have maintained in our material master. If they should also be populated to the advanced planning side, then we use the extra tab. Okay, that's the purpose of having this extra tab. Okay, that's the whole story about the product master. So as I mentioned, so it's a mapping of your material master, which is again the CIF functionality. So when we have ensured that this is advanced planning enabled, and the specific fields which are vital for us, they are being part of the advanced planning tab, which can be maintainable now, and we can see them here, and they flow with an active planning version of 000. So when you want to do any further analysis, probably you should either copy the whole data of this product which is existing, that is in 000, to any other another planning version other than 000, and then start using it for the planning purpose. So that helps us to do the what if analysis, which it also gives us more details about how do the planner can do the what if analysis without changing the real existing master data or the transactional data. That's a very good important tool which is provided for the planners using PPDS. Okay. So I want to now further go forward to the another important transaction called Curto-Simo, which is a display of the PDS, production data structure. So the transaction is SAP APO CDPS underscore REPT. Oh, I'm sorry. The transaction is SAP APO CURTO Curto underscore Simo. CURTO, Curto?
I don't understand.
Okay, no problem. I can
Chat,
use
yes.
the chat option. Can you? So you can say give the same product which had the planning versions maintained. You can execute. Okay, this doesn't have production data structure. So can you see the product which was used by you for creation of plan order? Was it the same material, Debo, where the
Yeah.
plan orders were created? No, this was the one. Yeah, wonderful. So this is a very important transaction which gives us the details of, as we spoke in the our previous discussions, production versions which is will be used by us for the creation of the production data structures within our OLTP side. Cut or advanced create was a transaction what we have also referred to, and how do we transfer it? We have spoke about it, and this transformation of that PDS what is being generated can be seen by us under this transaction. Okay, so the details of it, you see the components, you see the operations, you see the activities and the activity relationships. If you remember, we said that all the topics what we spoke in the context of our classification of further data, the master data, it is PDS, right? So we spoke about this start relationship, end start relationship. Hope you remember this discussion, right, Debo?
Yes.
Yeah. So now you would see the complexity of creation of a planned order, which was just about a demand versus supply, is trying to consider all of these factors and then creating an order that makes it little not that easy for the realization purpose, right? Because when we have seen a demand was available for us, which has to be fulfilled, and with just an execution of a product heuristic, system has given us the supply element. But internally, it has a complete mechanism to understand that, okay, these are the different components, different operations, these are the activities which system has to follow and the relationship of them. And accordingly, it has to give you a planned order creation. So when you do this as a manual planned order creation in ECC or OLTP side, it doesn't consider all of this, but it just considers the infinite capacities of a resource and then it creates. That makes a PPDS planned order to be a different one for sure, with considering the real constraints of the system. Okay, let us try to see the details of this. So how do I read the details in this transaction? Let us start with the components. So all the bill of materials which are assigned for this product, I can see under this components, which you can see and validate. Yeah, you can go to the components. The components gives you the details of what are the products and also the values. Like you can see under the material consumption values. You can see that MATCONS underscore in brackets V. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
What?
The 12th column, you can see that material consumption values. Yeah, all of these values they were populated with your BOM and BOM values what you have maintained for that product. Okay.
Okay.
If you go with the PPM, then is there any difference parameters will come the same activity and operations?
Yeah. So the PDS is strongly suggested source of supply by SAP when you refer with the PPM, Vijay. The main difference when you see the changes when you refer to the PPM or a PDS is you can do a change to the PPM in APO. Okay, you can activate it, you can deactivate it. So, but as the master data should be a unidirectional, so you are not suggested to change the PDS in APO or at the That's also one of the major reasons why APU suggests to use PDS rather than PPM. You can still see the data, but it's also more user-friendly if we compare the way how the data has to be seen by us in the PPM is something little different. But yeah, it's much more easy for the planners also to validate using the PDS this Cartosimo as a transaction. Does it answer the
But
question? Hello?
yeah, but in this S4 environment, still it will accept both PPM and PDS, right? or it will be restricted only to PDS in the S4 HANA environments? Like, is it supports both?
So it is
Is
for this question. It depends. Number one, is it a greenfield implementation or it's a brownfield implementation? Greenfield, there is a PDS, no other things. Just go to PDS. That's it. But if it is a brownfield implementation, then probably they have to do. There are some say around 12 to 13 SAP nodes which they have to download. I mean, they have to install, which will also help them to use the PPM. But SAP strongly suggests that if you want to, it is better to use PDS than PPM. But if still they want to be specifically that they want to use PPM only, which is the older version, so they have to upgrade the system with the 12 different OSS nodes, and then probably they can use it in the same way. That's the one.
okay, thanks.
Yeah. So this details of the all the components you can see it here, and whenever you want to see the details further, you will be seeing this the details option, which you can see the top side, and you have a details and with a small rectangular box. Just beside that you have a selection option. Similarly, you will also see a small icon additionally where you have any additional options to find out. Okay, I will show you the once I get any chance to show you a screen which has additional options. I will show you. Probably you can go to the operations tab. Maybe we can see that additional option of go to the details further. Okay, yes, here you have this additional details option. Yeah, so so you can drill down further to see the further details of it. So which type of activity is it performing? What is the resource name? Yeah, you can just go more and more details of it. So the more you try to drill down, it gives you more refined information about the same. So this easy navigation was not in the PPM also. So Vijay, this is also Vijay Suresh. This is also one of the difference what you when you refer it to the PPM view and the PDS view. Okay, that's more easy for you when you
Okay. Yeah.
in PDS and PPM. Okay, so you see the mode, priority, many other things will come. So maybe you can also try to make yourself more familiarized with how the way the data has to be seen in this transaction. Okay, activities, the operations and activities, why they are two different ones. Any idea you want to see that, or you are clear with that?
Uh, is this
Operation.
transaction is open in a SEM system or within the HANA system?
Suresh, we only have one box.
Yeah, but usually we will transfer from R3 to APO, right? For PDS or PPM.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So within the system, automatically it will execute the transaction. Will it open?
Okay, so there is a transaction in which you can get the details of it in our previous recordings. It's called Auto Advance underscore create. So that is a transaction which can be used by us for the transferring of PDS from OLTP side to advanced planning side. So we refer further this as advanced planning side and OLTP side, please. So that means it is still in the same box, but only we are trying to, only for our visualization purpose, verify them as two different sides. You get me? Because they are lying in the same box. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, activities, you see, this is a small difference, right? Operations you have seen, and you also see activities. Any anything you are trying to differentiate. So when you have maintained only operations. You can see the CA03 and you can see what was maintained by you. And but when you come here, you see the whole more details. Can you go to the CA03 of this product to see how was the operations maintained for it? Ugly? Can you do that? Go to the product. Yeah, this is the product, right? So if you go to transaction CA03, you can see the routing information, right?
CS03, what? I'm not following you.
Can you open transaction CA03?
Sure.
Let in a new session so that your PDS can be there still. Yeah. CA, not bomb. A. Yeah. Routing. As a plan, same. EAG. Okay. So you go to the details. You see there's an
It's the wrong plant. There we are.
wonderful. So here we have operations 10, 20, 30, 40 till 80. Wonderful. We should also be able to see the same operations. Are we able to see them in our advanced planning side?
I hope so.
With some different number, right? So maybe you can try to see with the details. So for all the operations which are maintained, you also have the details of that according to the work center which was used. You can just try to validate in your decisions that all the operations which are maintained are whether they available or not. If not, try to see which resource, which operation was missing. Maybe probably you have to also validate that was that specific work center which is being used, was it the part of planning or not? If not, probably system may not be able to show you that operation. So that's something you can also validate in some of our different other products to see that, okay, the specific resources which have been used, are they relevant to advanced planning or not? If they were not as the case, then what happened? What happened then? Probably I will not see all the operations which are arranged in that specific product, which is a very important point for you to recognize, because sometimes maybe there can be a choice that there's one specific machine operation which has to be changed, which you cannot change it right in the advanced planning side, because maybe that resource is not in the scope of planning for the advanced planning side. So you have to validate all the operations what were maintained by you, are they available for you in advanced planning or not, under this PDS patterns remove as a plan option. Yeah. Okay. So three things you can come back in our next session. Number one is going through that product heuristics, the details of it, with the fun help of the additional information of what you had for the product heuristics, and also going through this set of different operations which you have maintained. And is there any missing operations? If yes, we will try to see the details of which operation was missing. And the other reason, as I mentioned, that maybe the work center which is used may not be under scope of planning. It also helps us to discuss about the next important aspect, that is the resource master in our advanced planning. Okay, so far so clear. The PDS, production data structures, how important it is and where to be validated.
Yes, I would say. But are we gonna go on with the resource master? I think we have already touched the resource master.
Oh, we have discussed already resource master, right? Okay. Thanks for giving me that hint. Okay. Okay. So we'll go with the location master in our next session. And if you have this any missing operations, you can let me know. We will also validate and see which resource was used and was it also available in advanced planning or not, we can validate it. And actually, you can also see by the details going further, you have the resource name also maintained in further details options. Try to see where you can find out the resource name. You have multiple options here where you should be able to find out the resource name. If not, probably I can help you in our next session. But in the meantime, you can cross-check by yourself. You should be able to find out which resource was used and what is the naming convention it has. The naming convention was clear, right? How do you validate a resource in advanced planning side? Tableau, resource name, the location it belongs to, and the capacity category, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we will see the details. You have to go to the further drill down options and you have to find out the resource name. Devo.
Yes.
Go to modes. Yeah. You see the resource name there. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, correct. So in that way, you can cross check with all the operations what you have maintained and are they available for you in advanced planning side. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have done with our project master, resource master, model version management, and we are left with one another important master, that is location master. We have already spoke about the mapping of location master, how it is with the different aspects like client, vendor, DC, how they are going to classify. We are going to understand more in our next session. Okay. So if no questions for me, the topic discussed so far for today, we will call off the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So let's call off the day for all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Diese Konferenz wird nun aufgezeichnet.
Raghu, yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. So let's wait for a while so that the other aspirants also join us.
Julia will not be here today, but no problem, we can go on.
Okay. So before I forget, I just want to give a small announcement that I will not be available for the next week because I'm traveling. So our next session will be on not next Monday, but the up next coming Monday would be our next session. Again, we will be meeting all together. Yeah. So just update that. Okay, wonderful. I think now we are complete there. So I made you the presenter. Sabo, can you please confirm if you are able to share your screen?
Yes, give me a minute. I'm just curious, what was the plan in case I don't have an S4 HANA system with the PPDS already more or less set up? So what was the other scenario if you cannot see my screen?
I can see a screen. So if you do not, I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat it for me? Sabo?
Just a theoretical question, that because initially you didn't know that we have the PPDS with the S4 HANA, but that on your part that you have a system what we can use, and it turned out that you don't have a system what we can use, but we're using our system, and it's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering what was the other scenario?
Yeah, we have another model ECC and APO, the one which we is already matured and which is already stabilized, which also has live cache enabled. That system we would have been using to proceed with the sessions if the system was not available. Yeah, that was the plan B for us.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you.
Also, next time, let us know in advance when you're not going to be available, because in these 2 weeks we could have used your help with our client, and we would really looking forward to the sessions.
Sorry, can you come again? Sorry.
I was just asking that please next time let us know in advance that you're not going to be available for a week, because we were looking forward to your help next week and with our client, because in a month we should show them the PPDS functionalities. And I was about to gather some questions for you, which could help us, but you won't be here, and now it's a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I do agree. It was going forward. Yeah, we will give you a very prior advanced update regarding availability if it is. Yeah. Thank you. So now I think we are complete, and I hope all of them in the link they are able to hear me. Vijay and Suresh, can you also hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, Raghav.
So did I ask you to remind me anything about today's topic before we start? Anything specific? Do you remember? We were speaking about the product heuristics was something what we have discussed. So any specific topic did I ask you to remind me? No, right? Okay. So if that's not, maybe yeah, you can once check your OneNote, Zabo.
Sorry, Raghu, come again. I was on the phone with someone.
Yeah, I was asking, did I ask you to remind me about any topic for today before we start? Did I?
If you ask me to remind you of any topic,
Correct.
no. We were
No,
about
right.
to go with the locations.
Location master. Yeah. So we have different location master, say the different masters like say plant, a DC, a vendor, and many other supply nodes which are available for us. So when we take this all into advanced planning side, we only have it as mapped as one thing called as the location, but with different location types. Okay, so what's the transaction for us to access a location in advanced planning side? Zaba, do you remember the transaction?
No.
Slash SAP APO LOC3.
Come again?
LOC location 03.
03.
LOC. Just give it as LOC3. So I would like to first you to see that location type and go to the F4 help of it, and then probably you can select your location. So can you go to the location type? So the 1001, which is your production plant site. Yeah, you go to the display. Okay, so here there are a few important tabs which you should be aware of. Number one, this priority, the location is priority. If in your business process, if you are using a location based or priority wise, if you want to say that, okay, this orders comes first followed by the next, something as such, we are going to refer this location priority as one of the aspect. So we also had another ATP tab even where we used to have the delivery priority. So because you do not use ATP as a implementation node, you don't see the ATP tab which would have been there when you have ATP activated in your system. That's the first thing. Then you see the bottom, this business partner, which is a configurable thing. You have to maintain the business partner in your SPRO. You can also try to see what are the different other values you have for that. That's something you have to also validate according to your client's need. How are they trying to make up this business partners? You can also verify the SPRO setting of it. Okay. You also have the details here. You can see the details icon in the geographical data. In that box, you have the details option. Yeah. So The coordinates, what we also see is also some of the important aspect when you are trying to refer it to the IBP also. You see the customer master, or maybe you speak about the different other planning blocks, master data types and all. So you have seen that this latitude and longitude will also being used there for the discrimination of the customers with depending on their type, and of course maybe there can be a same customer which can exist in different geographical locations. Then how they want to classify is with those. So as the roadmap of S4 HANA with advanced planning is to get integrated with IBP, the whole data which can also be copied further, which can also be sent further to the IBP also. So this additional information what we maintain is also making some different sense at SAP IBP also. So when you see the linked the linked systems like SAP APP with S4 HANA, you would see this information is also very much vital for it to understand this master data requirements. So that's something an important aspect here. Okay, the address and all which is coming up from right from the OLTP side, it also comes right from there. So you can also see the address details here, which is going to be used by you in the different processes like the school request what we create, that is the printing reports and all what we create, all of them they use the same details in further processing. Then comes the resources tab. Here you see there is the two important classifications what we spoke about, that is the storage resource and the other is handling resources. If you remember the classification of resources when we spoke about, we have seen according to the production type there were 4 different types. Do you remember that, Zabo? Production, shipment, handling, and storage. We don't see any specific production type or shipment type, but only for handling resources and storage, for those purposes only, you see these special options coming up. Because at a shop floor, maybe there are multiple production processing resources which are available, but maybe with this handling resource and the storage resources which are there, they are commonly used for multiple products. So maybe it is like a commonly used resource. Maybe you say the handling resource, let us say for example. So this is being used for different products, which are going to be manufactured by you, for assigning them into a specific designated bins, what we say, where we actually store the product. For that we use those handling resources. So they are not specifically dedicated only for a specific type of material. So that's the reason why we are going to assign those values at a resource level. Sorry, at a location level. That's the reason why you have this resource tab additionally, but you don't see any production type of resources getting assigned because you have a hugely separate. That's the reason. That's your location. I think it's an additional information tab if you want to maintain specific values or any specific information tabs. In this, you are free to maintain them without any further customizations to the screen. There's a reason why they have maintained this additional tab. That's about this location master. Questions for me on this?
Regarding the calendar tab, can you go to the calendar tab once? So here, which calendar we need to maintain in this location master?
Okay. The scope of planning here is for PPDS. Yeah, the production planning calendar should be here. The production calendar should be maintainable for us. So you also see the warehouse calendar here maintained, and also the shipment calendar and receiving calendars. So the essence of this, if you remember earlier when we are trying to refer to the same location, we had a demand planner, a supply network planner, and TPVS, that is transport management and vehicle management system planner, and also PPDS, that is production planning and data scheduling planner, which you also said as production plan. The scope of them were quite different. So probably we still had the choice to maintain 4 different calendars because the same material, if I just even consider, it has a different scope, it has a different way of functionality. There's a reason why the user was still given a choice of handling multiple calendars. So going forward, maybe you would see this shipment and receiving calendars. Probably they will be further moving on to the OLTP side. Only the warehouse calendaring and production calendaring will be the part of scope for the location master. But our more intention is to be on with the production calendar, because we are going to speak about our work centers, how they're going to be functioning and all with respect to this production calendar. Vijay. Hello.
Okay. Sometimes in R3 itself, they maintain different calendar. In APO box, they will maintain different calendar. How it will be sync in that cases?
Yeah, good question. So when we will go back to the resource master probably once. There probably we will again discuss about it. So in the resource master, we have something called as active version. We know we are using this process of say maintenance of downtimes or maintenance of the maintenance activities and all at advanced planning side, rather than maintaining it at OLTP side, because according to the planner's convenience, according to the planning aspects what they have, they do the changes at a resource level, but not at a say work center level. That is your work center master, that is at your OLTP side. So there's a reason why you would see sometimes a planner is also trying to do for a what if analysis, maybe let us say he still is going to do a change to his factory calendar. So whenever we are trying to update the synchronize the data from OLTP to advanced planning side, you see the same factory calendar is updated, but only for your what if analysis purpose you would use the different factory calendar, but not the same. Only for your analysis purpose only. Because what would happen in that case if there is a different factory calendar assigned at OLTP side and different factory calendar assigned at your advanced planning side? There would be a huge difference between the reconciliation of your capacity, right? Because if I say according to your advanced planning side, your resource works for 7 days, but according to your OLTP side, your resource only works for 5 days of time. Then what would happen is maybe the Saturday and Sundays is also getting planned according to advanced planning side. When you come to the execution, only Monday to Friday it is going. That would lead to a confusion. Probably that would lead to further inconsistency. But if it is a reverse process, like if for according to your OLTP side it is 7 days working, but for according to the advanced planning side it is 5 days, then you don't see an say a process of overlapping. But probably what you see is the overall capacity availability is different. So you can also maintain a different factory calendar, but when you see it, when you come to the execution point of view, you would see a difference. Okay.
Okay.
So if they are still maintaining a factory calendar of this difference, probably they ensure that this type of overlapping doesn't come. So we still have the many options, like for example downtime maintenance. Yeah, it is again maintainable here itself. You don't have any options for you as a planner to maintain it at your work center level. You can maintain your changes of your capacity utilization for a particular day. You can increase or decrease the number of capacities you have to follow for a given day. All of these options, what you are able to see in the start time and end time, which can still be controlled, manipulated here, that gives you more flexibility to how to manage your capacity, and by which further how you can do the order processing. So that's the significance of having these all options maintained at resource master level rather than at a work center level. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, 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 Raghu.
Sorry, bad throat. I'm not able to speak loud rather than this. But yeah, please stop me if it was not clear in your time.
Yeah. Even going forward, like is the same thing, Raghu. Like once the HANA implementation and then IBP, then still we need to maintain this APO, these resources and all. Still like the HANA system also, like in the PPDS, like for the resources for all these downtowns, the system will look here.
Yes, it is. So
Yeah.
it is a flexibility it is giving to you to adjust your calendar accordingly. I'll give you a small example. So let me speak about say a globally celebrated festival like say Christmas, 25th of December and 31st of December for the last day of the year, will people could expect some non-availability of the resources. Let us okay. Now when I know this is a dedicated holiday, probably I will declare it in my factory calendar, right? Public holiday, something else. Right? Agreed?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. But let us now speak about some specific unavailabilities, like maybe because of an malfunctioning of their resource, you want to take it further for the maintenance point of view. You want to see the examination of it for 2 hours or 3 hours, where you do not do any production, but probably you are trying to do some examination of the resource. Now, this 2 hours of change, how will you capture that? Okay, no production happens, so that that specific time, even if someone is trying to lock, or if someone is trying to use that resource, probably he cannot do it. Then how is he able to stop it? The other planners to not to use that specific resource. You don't have any control, because if it was something which is a very common in the nature, probably you can use a factor calendar, then you can stop. But this is something you're trying to speak to a very minute level of a day wise, or maybe it can be a couple of days also. But let us speak to this same example. We'll just try to point out to the same example where some specific 2 or 3 hours, or let us say a half a day of a day, you don't want to do real production, but probably you want to just examine the resource. Now this availability, how do you capture? So you are still subjected to maintain this at your resource master level. Only then the other planners who are going to use the products which are going to be planned on this resource, they also have an awareness that okay, this specific resource cannot be used for the current day, for the half a day completely. That is the flexibility the system has to give you. This is the reason why you see still the downtimes and all will be still be maintainable. It is not an say a manual action, but it is like an option given to the planners to adjust the things accordingly. Right? Does it answer the question?
Yes. But only my doubt is because I haven't seen the IPP system thoroughly. The IPP, the demand and supply, is that system also has access to the same resources, or like do we have like a different resource master in IPP response and supply, demand and supply? I'm not sure. I did not know the IPP system. Just I'm asking or trying to coordinate like all the systems. Like suppose if we use HANA PPDS and IPP, then like where exactly we are looking. So the IPP, even the supply will look into these resources. Still, we like even from HANA, from PPDS point of view, definitely we will look into these resources. Just wanted to correlate this.
So probably if you're expecting a similar type of screens for IBP, then it is completely no. IBP is completely cloud-based technology. You have a few tiles, you have many dashboards, but you do not have this blue screens in SAP IBP. Okay, number one. Then will I see a resource as how I'm seeing it, as in this resource master RES1? Do I see it in the same way to an IBP? No, that's not the scope. The only scope of why SAP IBP is looking into S/4HANA is just to understand how much is the capacity. So when I say the same example, this particular resource is not available for the next 5 days of time, for the whole week, let us say, then my accumulated number of hours of that particular product, of that particular resource, is going to do a difference to the number of hours of my overall available capacity, which will be further be processed or which will be sent to IBP. So that should be the key figure values they are looking forward for, but not specific to the time details. So that's the information which SAP IBP is trying to pull up from S4. Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. So the IVP doesn't, it only use the total aggregated data. So the resource master will stay the same.
Yeah, the
What
resource
you meant to say.
master, you would be just having an information like, okay, this is the resource master, this is the name of the resource master.
Right.
And but you don't see it as a transaction, you don't see the availability of it and what is the number of hours it is available, nothing as such. Probably you only have the information of this capacity made into a key figure value, which is populated to it. So how does it really helps me in the process of understanding is that, okay, if I have this certain demand, so for example, for every day, I have a capability of, say, for example, if my resource works for 24 hours, and for each hour, if I can produce, say, 10 units of a product, so probably if it works ideally for 24 hours, it can produce 240 units per day, right? In that case, if I have the whole capacity, if I'm trying to have if I have an available capacity of a whole month, so I can match what is my demand and can I be able to, or will I be able to match to the supply or the say the production capabilities of it. What I'm trying to understand by those key figure values. That's really the important thing I want to do. But as you know, there would be some deviation for sure in the operational planning point of view. As you know, that maybe for the whole month, what I was expecting that it is available for me for the whole month. Probably there is still 1 or 2 hours of unavailability, or probably there can be a half day unavailability. Accordingly, there would be again a little deviation, which they try to analyze and understand under this S&OP process. Under the S&OP process, they have a demand plan, they have a supply plan, and they have an overall, also they have a finance plan also together, however, just for your understanding. So they conclude the whole overall availability and how to what extent can will that be a feasible plan for them to go forward is what they are going to understand. So for all this analysis, for all these discussions, they need this specific value of, okay, the availability of the resources and what is the overall aggregated value. That data is trying to flow from S4 HANA, or it can be also an ECC system to IBP. That's the intention.
Okay. Yeah. It's clear.
Okay. So we spoke about the PDS, the courtesy note. We spoke about the product master. We spoke about the location master, and we also discussed about the resource master. So all the master data relevant options are clear for us. So please, Zabo, you have any questions, you can stop me, or else we will go with the configuration aspects which are important for us for the planning, interactive planning.
You can go.
Okay, so let's go to the SPRO. Yeah, advanced planning. So probably now I will take this opportunity to explain you about the CIF, how it has been simplified in the process wise. So when we compare it with an ACC and APO as two different systems, the CIF had two major responsibilities as we have already discussed. One was data transfer, the other one was data mapping. The scope of CIF was being rewritten here because there is more ease which is available for the planners now in the configuration aspects also at the same time how the CIF has to work. So there were many inconsistencies which were occurring when there were two different boxes because of synchronization problems. But as we know now they are into a single box, so the synchronization issues are already almost to have been nullified when we see the planning faster. It is for sure, and also with no synchronization issues when we compare it with what we used to have it in your ECC and APO. Both are master and transactional data. They have to be updated first. They have to ensure that there are some specific, say, background jobs, or maybe there are some specific processes put in place by which they are trying to update these two systems, or making sure that these two systems are in sync was a very important challenge they had when it was two different boxes as ECC and APO system. But with this as S4HANA as a one single box, these issues have been already been rectified. Number one. So we will also now speak about, yeah, we will go to this advanced planning right from the basic settings. We will try to see there, yeah. Can you please drill down the basic settings, Jabo? Yeah, so here we have this activate advanced planning and scheduling. Yeah, it's a one single checkbox. So only this should be active. This should be enabled for our advanced planning to be available. Yeah, then here we have the different types of transactional data which should be transferable, which you are trying to say it is a one single checkbox option. Yeah, then yeah, CDP, are we going to use a variant configuration? Are we going to use characteristic dependent planning, which is transfer CDP? Which one are we going to use? We are trying to decide from this setting. So when I say variant class, that is 300 class only. When I say CDP, it is 400 class, combination of 0, 2, 3 and 300. Yeah. Zaba, do you have a scope of optimization in your current business process? Yeah.
Sorry, Raghu, can you go back to the previous settings? I didn't clear your voice.
The CDP,
Previous.
okay. CDP stands for characteristic dependent movement. So if you go to material master classification, there are some important class types. If you're aware of, let's say, material class, batch class, and variance class with respective numbers 001, 023, and 300 classes. So when I say variant configuration, that means I'm going to speak about the 300 class and its specific characteristics which are assigned, only those to be flat. Hello, am I clear with the variant configuration?
We have
Okay.
this already.
If it is CDP, characteristic dependent planning, it has a combination of both 0 to 3, the batch class, and also the variant class, that is 300. So then you see that both these characteristics of these two classes is assigned at a product master level and a classification tab, so that you can use those in your process of planning. Yeah, we can go forward. No questions. Zabo, for you also.
Okay, where should we go?
Yeah, we will go to the optimization, but just want to know, do you have a scope of optimization in your business client of your client, Sabo? If not, I will first explain you what is the optimization first, and then I will go to the details. Otherwise, we can go to the optimization profile directly. Just want to know, are you aware of that?
I don't know what's that.
Sorry, can you come again?
I do not know what's that.
Okay. So maybe you can use OneNote. Let us have a quick discussion of what does it mean by an optimization, and then probably we'll go to the further settings of that. Okay. Can you go to the OneNote? Let us speak about optimization.
Like, me personally, I don't really care about this technical stuff. So if the others are okay, we can go on. But if the others are curious, we can discuss it.
Okay. So maybe I'll add just one-liners, which also helps the others also. Maybe also do. Yeah. Optimizer. Yeah. Optimizer is a concept where you are trying to understand how are your different constraints are getting applied, and probably you are trying to make a result with those constraints applied. Maybe in the context of PPTs, it is more about the time as one of the constraint, or the other one is the cost. So when we speak about the cost, there are multiple costs which the client could place in the optimization profile, by which he can judge. He can make the decision as judgmental according to the different costs which are involved, or maybe according to the time which is involved. On that basis, he can execute the optimization run, and then decide what is the best way how he can fulfill the demand and supply with the given situation. So that's how an optimization will work. That's the one liner for what is an optimization. So when we have an optimization, or optimizer into as a option which we are going to propose, there's an additional server necessity to be processed by us, addition to the S4HANA. The reason is quite clear, where probably we are trying to understand that the whole data which system is trying to process, it has a complete view of what are the different resources already which are there. Yeah, and in addition to that, we will also see that when we have an optimization profile executing, it will try to see the different constraints getting applied, and it has to do the different permutations and combinations, and then it has to propose a solution for you. So when I say you have 3 resources, of which one resource is say 70% occupied, another one say 30%, another one say 10%. Okay, now you're the right one. Yeah. So you have these 3 different resources with the 3 different say capacity utilizations happening. So if I get a resource, if I get an order, now in which specific resource should that be fitting into is what if system has to do a calculation for you, if system has to decide. So probably you should first try to see what are the different constraints it has to apply. Is it depending on the cost was the planner is trying to take up the decision, or is it depending on the time which is needed? Maybe the resources, these 3 resources, they are capable enough to produce the same product, but maybe with the different times. So in that case, how about we are trying to make a difference is we are trying to understand with this optimization profile. So let me just yeah, you can go to the details of it and just give me a minute, just a minute.
Don't think that this optimization here is the same what you're explaining. It has nothing to do with the resources and stuff. It's all this technical RFC communication something.
I'll tell you, don't you worry. So here it is a configuration of the search engines. So we are not, it is not a complete done. If you see this PPDS optimizer, this is giving you the details of the server. Can you go to that please? Yeah, the optimization server. Yeah, you can go to that again. So I don't think they are connected, they are active, but you can still give a try. Select that PPDS optimizer line item and try to see the connection test. Do that. You will be able to know that do you have an active PPDS optimizer or not. So you don't see there is an active network first. So what you are trying to see is something similar to an SM59 transaction, what we do for our RFC. You remember, are you aware of the transaction by anyone here in the call? SM59, where you do an RFC test, right? The similarly is actually also happening here. And why are you trying to do that? As I mentioned, you need a separate server for that. So that's the reason why you haven't set up what should be your server, how it should be responded and all, but you are trying to maintain under this optimization server details. Okay, this is the first part what you have did. Okay, now let's go to the next one. You want to know the more details of how is an optimization profile works. Yeah, that will also be seen by us. So here is still not the one what we are trying to speak about. This is only some additional information of gathering the optimization extension workbench. Yeah, when we go further down, we are going to also see the optimization profile. You can also do the control F and to get it, where you will be able to find those different costs which I mentioned about. So maybe you can use the control F option. Servo.
But you remember that it's very, very slow. And 2 minutes from now.
Okay. Just in the meantime, where do I apply this optimization run is under our detailed scheduling board. So as a planner, when I have executed my optimization and before executing my optimization, to see the results, they also use a process of creation of simulation versions, which will be discussed by us. How do we create and all? But just for your awareness, the planner can do this optimization more effectively and interactively under this detailed scheduling board. Yeah, the below. Yeah, you can use any of them. Mhm. So I hope all of them are aware of what is the naming convention system follows when you are trying to refer a resource. Yes, Vijay and Suresh.
Yeah.
It's the same here also as it was in APO. W works into name, then the location, and then the capacity category. Same also here. Yeah. So you see there's an optimize a small red and white combination ball symbol on the top. Yes. When you select that, probably you should have, yeah, there should be activation profile also active, but you can just select one of the line item and then put it. Okay, just for your awareness. If some other client want to know about it, you should be able to know where do I see it as an option. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so then I think you can still open another SPRO session for me by the time it gets loaded, so that we can still proceed with the other options. Yes. Yeah, you can select one of them. But however, it is not active, but yeah, just for your understanding, yeah, you can do that. Select one of them and you can see what are the details of it. Yeah, as an optimization profile. Yeah. Double click on that line item, please. Yeah, we are going to speak about what are these categories, which is also a common topic which we are going to discuss. Yeah, can you go to optimization profile? Double click on the line item by itself, not go into the details of it. Select the line item and double click on it. So you see there are different costs which are involved, which we have just now discussed. So those are maintainable by the planner over here. Okay, Zabo?
Yes.
So a very interesting topic for sure. So you can also try to invest some time to know about it for sure. Yeah. Okay. Then let's go to the top. The global settings. Yeah. Here we have some interesting points. Let us start with this maintain number ranges for orders. So this first number ranges for orders, what is your thought process? For which specific orders is it speaking about? Any idea?
While you are creating planned order or production orders, so that will consider this number range.
Well, small correction, only for your planned orders, not for your production orders. It is again with your OLT. So only for your planned orders creation, we are using this number ranges. Right, Zeba? Okay, someone has a
Much better noise. So come again. What was that?
this value the range which we have maintained here, the number range, is for the planned orders.
No, it's not for the planned orders. Our planned orders have a different number range.
So this number, what you are showing us, is it a production order number?
No, it's nothing like that. Our production order starts with 1. Our planned orders starts with, I don't know, 5.
Can you show me one planned order, the planned order, the product what you have shown us previously?
That's a planned order. That's a planned order.
Can you also open the same in product view and let us try to create there one. Let us try to confirm this is a planned order which was created at OLTP side or was it created at advanced planning side?
It was created at OLTP side, that's for sure.
So let us also try to create a planned order at advanced planning side and then let us try to see what's the number range it gives us. Let us try to see that.
Because why do they need a different number range?
Yeah,
I see the point. I see the point.
Yeah.
Okay, this one. Yeah. Okay, now sorry. Now I remember that this one. I just created this one this afternoon. I remember from PPDS.
Right.
So the PPDS generated planned orders can have a different number range than the S/4HANA generated planned orders. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go to the next one if no other questions for all of you.
Is it a PP consultant role or the APO consultant role for the number range maintenance?
I think yes.
No, it is not specific to. I mean, the scope is now little different, so maybe the person, AP person, should also be doing the PP activities little. Probably it is not only for a PP guys. Maybe it only depends on the complexity of the client, I would say, Vijay.
Why? Who should be responsible for the number ranges, if not the field consultant of the given module?
Little tricky question for sure. So who should be responsible? So probably they are going with agile nowadays. So you don't see. So if the client is using an agile, you don't see only one specific consultant as a job. It is with all of them. So you have a developer role, you have a you say plus product owner, and you have a scrum master. So probably it is not specific to only a functional consultant. Maybe sometimes even a technical consultant could still assign this as a process overview, but not specific to a single person, especially if it is an agile process. Just giving you this as a one, but yeah, no specific person to be only the point of contact that he has to make. Okay. This finiteness level was also something which we have seen at our work center master, hope you remember. So just for your more comfort of understanding, I want to refer this something like the sensitivity of a resource. So how is your work center, how sensitive it is, you are trying to classify. So though we have already differentiated it as a finite or an infinite resource, right? Which was the first primary classification what we have did. So addition to that, though if I say it as finite resource, but still, I still want to classify it further according to its intake capability with this finiteness level, which is also one of the input parameter what my optimizer would consider when it is trying to schedule the orders. That's your finiteness level. So you can maintain all the number values from 0 to 999. So a set of resources can have a single finiteness level. That doesn't mean that uh, uh, for one single resource only one finiteness level is applicable. I mean, there can be multiple resources which can share the same finiteness level. Okay.
Okay.
Questions for me?
Go on, go on.
Okay, the very important strategy profile. So this has a good enough topic which we have to understand. So before we try to know what is this strategy profile, so whether we are going to speak about the heuristics, whether we are going to speak about the interactive planning tools, the strategy profile plays a very vital role. So maybe when we spoke about a demand versus supply, a demand for a given demand, a supply has to be created, a plan order has to be created. There are many input system has to consider, and according to which system has to create this planned order. So how are we going to control those many parameters is what we are trying to understand under this strategy profile, which is a very important topic of our interactive planning. Within a strategy profile, I can have multiple strategies. So to how do I manage them? How do I see it? So let us try to see that. So you can select one of the line items. Yes, wonderful. And you can go to the strategy. So you see here a strategy number as 1. So you have to go to a one single step back. You can press F3 or on the top. That one, yeah, enough. So you see here you have a strategy as 1 which is active. Additionally, you can also maintain multiple strategies under a same strategy profile. So probably of which only one we are going to make it as active. So that's the reason why we only see this one as active, but probably you are still given a privilege to maintain multiple strategies under strategy profile. Okay. So now let's go back to the strategy profile. For that, probably you have to go to the top, or you can select that one and go to the details. Yeah, here you are. So the scheduling offset, as we have discussed, as a planner, I should be given a choice of making a what if analysis, right? When I do a what if analysis, only probably I am able to make my planning more and more progressive, more and more affirmative according to me as a planner. So that is made with the different options what the strategy profile consists of which we are speaking about the scheduling offset. I think maybe even if you are trying to create an order in the production planning, Zaba, I think if you have experience, you cannot ever create an order of past dated. Can you create an order of in the old there is a past dated order creation? Is it possible for you, Zaba?
No,
No, right? So, but
no.
if but let us say that I want to know if I had a demand, like say which was in month of November, and then probably I want to understand what would have happened to my supply if I had an order right from the in the month of November. So I still have a demand which I can see. But when I start creating a supply, say a planned order creation, for example, it only creates from the current date. And it is from a what if analysis purpose, especially I'm speaking about. Because at the execution point of view, it is true you cannot create an outdated or the old dated order, but probably from a what if analysis, I can still do it. So I can use this scheduling offset. So the maximum scheduling offset what system is allowing you is for the 5 years in the past. You could imagine how efficient it is. You can make your orders created it's right from today to the 5 years in the past, and you can create an order, and according to that you can make your what if analysis. So we have the scenarios like say MTS, MTO, and MTE, make to stock, make to order, and make to engineering, right? So in the make to engineering scenarios especially, probably they have a higher lead times. The lead times are very high. So there's a reason why the maximum scheduling offset what SAP has provided is still 5 years. Maybe for MTS and MTO probably you don't see such a higher lead times, but MTE scenario you still have. Okay.
In a nutshell, this is just to, yeah, just to maintain like cope up with the lead times. Like suppose if there is a one year lead time, we can
Still be created. Yeah,
put as an offset. Yes, still be created. Okay.
true. Yeah. So the number it was in seconds. So what are the number? It was 2, 9, whatever it was. It is just a conversion of years to seconds. Yeah. Then the desired dates. Yeah, is it to be a current date or earliest date or specified date? So so when I speak about the order scheduling process, when I speak about the when I'm standing on the current date, and I want to say that how should the system be able to determine the date. So this is giving me three options again, which you can see: the current date, the earliest date, and specified date. Yeah, current date, earliest date, and specified date. Earliest date, probably of we are going to start introducing with ourselves in our upcoming sessions a concept called block planning. So probably how an earliest date as an option, there's a desired date. When we are trying to take up a scenario, we will understand that okay, how this specific option gives us a choice to understand when should be the plan to be created when we have certain different methodologies in place. So and how it is going to be different when I have a current date and when I have it as specified date. What are the differences? We will be trying to see them. And as a planner, as I mentioned, I can maintain multiple strategy profiles and I can change it dynamically and then try to see with the supplying of these different strategy profiles, I can see a change in my plan and accordingly I can modify it. So this many features of say as a planner I'm going to do a changes to the overall the way how the planning should be performed was never been a scope for the production planner in ECC and APO as a systems are not with only as a ECC system. This have been enriched for sure and making the PPDS to be more specifically usable for the production planners also. Okay, if no questions on to this, I will go to the next one, that is the scheduling sequence. So we have just now seen the optimizers where the system considers the different inputs, like you say the cost as a parameter or maybe the time as a parameter. So as we have already seen that yes, the system also is trying to do an optimization run. So what are the different fields system can consider for your optimization process? Maybe is it like a resource time? Is it the quantity wise you want to do the planning? Is it like according to the capacity wise you want to do the planning, or you want to do the shuffling of the orders? Those can be selected by the planner right from the scheduling sequence. So this scheduling sequence is especially, you see there are about 20 fields which can be selected by you for the planning purpose, and according to that you would be able to decide how should be an optimized planning run should be with this 20 specified field values what you have maintained here. So that's the way how your computation of the optimizer would be working. So you could imagine if a single order, if it has 20 aspects of it, and if you have hundreds or thousands of say orders on which the optimization run should happen, is the reason why you have a necessity of having a special separate optimized specific server or the database wherein the whole data is being captured and system is giving a choice to execute the different combinations and then give you the yeah. Questions
Okay.
for me, if you can ask me, or we can go to the scheduling mode.
One thing, maybe looks like I missed Raghu. Sorry, this is what if scenarios? Like actually, you told me that we can use this new PPDS system in a better way to represent what if scenarios. Right? Can you repeat that just few minutes?
Yes. Yeah.
Like how we can reproduce. Yeah.
Yeah. So once we are going to touch a topic called the interactive planning tools, we have some interesting aspects called planning versions. Okay, and so what's a planning version? So it was already a topic which was discussed. Probably you can please refer to the recordings, the earlier recordings. Vijay, did you receive the recordings? If no, please let me know. I will try to speak to the coordination team and they will
Yeah,
send you
sure.
ASAP. Did you receive
Okay.
the Vijay?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Suresh, did you also?
Yeah, I have received it.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So probably I will
And
speak to the.
can you share me the document? I think yesterday you told me that you are sharing that heuristics document. And apart from that, HANA 19001, is it possible to share that soft copy? Meanwhile, I think next week here and we're going. So meanwhile, just we will refresh ourselves.
Mhm. Yeah, you will get a cookbook of 1909. Yes, you will be receiving that. And also the heuristics part, once we have done with the complete topics of heuristics, then you will be receiving that, so that you you know all the topics how they are covered, and then you also know what it means, the complete essence of it. So, but you will be receiving a cookbook of 1909. Also,
Okay.
it would be, I think it is 1909. Let me just correct on this. Or it was an older version. What I have just it
Oh,
is still helpful for you
so
for both.
this
Someone is speaking. Yeah,
managed by
please.
sorry, if it is managed by different planning versions, that should be fine. Like we don't need to repeat that because I know this what if scenarios is also part of like older PPDS version. I'm trying to see like
Yeah.
what are the new things. Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, it is about the same topic, planning versions, Vijay.
Yeah.
In
We
R3
also have
version
simulation version.
and HANA version, will it be at the same fields and same set of screens will be available, or the little bit difference will be happening for the HANA and normal PPDS?
So which screens are you referring to? Sorry.
Uh, Actually, we are seeing that list of transaction codes and product master and location master, right?
Mm-hmm.
So within the R3, you will get the same set of fields, and HANA also will be getting additional fields, right? That you can see that planning tab, one more tab is there. So we are
Correct.
missing in the normal PPDs. That kind of settings. Apart from that product master, is there anywhere like the traditional tabs available in that HANA or normal PPDs which are missing?
Yeah, in the plan specific tab also you have some additional fields which you can also, if you have gone through the recordings, I'm sure you should have seen the shelf life details which were there, which are again specific to the advanced planning side. So there are a few additional columns, say additional fields which are maintained, which gives you with the label of advanced planning in the normal existing views also. But an overall aggregated data is what you're trying to see it at your advanced planning as a time. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, just a minute. Let me. I will confirm what was the version of cookbook I have. Just a minute.
And I have one more question. I think I'm shooting so many questions. So usually in APO will move the transport request from different transaction code, right? In R3, so which transaction code will use to transport our regular transports from one system to quality and production?
Okay. I was speaking about SCC, the transaction.
Yes, yes. And
Same.
APO system. Okay.
You want to say S for HANA development for HANA quality is what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. But you also have another option of solution manager. So
Yeah, I know. I know that. Yeah. Charm process.
yeah. So I have 1709 and 1809 cookbook, which will be provided to you by my coordination team, which you can go through in the meantime. Yeah. Okay. So if
Latest
no
version
question,
1901 or 1909?
9.
9. Okay.
Yeah. Can you close this selection fields, Zabo? We can go to the other options, please. Okay. So before we go to the scheduling mode, you see there are two important tabs. One is general strategy parameters, other one is strategy parameters for dependent objects. So for better understanding purpose, I want you to tell me your comfort towards this small topic called the milestone confirmations. You heard about this term any time earlier?
What confirmations?
Yes.
Milestone confirmation.
Yes, sure.
Is that yes from all?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So as when we see this milestone confirmations, what we know is that there are a primary operations probably whose availability is considered to be very much vital. The others probably they are considered as maybe in the infinite in the nature, but probably we will say that okay, these resources and their availability should not be a bothering point. So in order to map even a milestone type of confirmations, or maybe there would be a chance where you do not see a milestone confirmations, or even your dependent operations or the dependent materials and their specific evaluations have to be done. So to ensure that those two different scenarios are already being captured, we use this general strategy parameters and strategy parameters for the dependent objects, which is very important for us to understand. So why do we see this as two different aspects? Because anything which is speaking about the independent objects, like whether you say about the operations which are primary as a header operations and all, how should they be managed, how should they be processed, that you're trying to speak it under your general strategy parameters. Whereas the dependent objects, so that's how we spoke about the milestone confirmations, where you have some other say sub operations you could think about, the secondary operations which you can think about. How are they being considered, how are they managed? You're trying to arrange them and assign some the process using this strategy parameters for dependent objects. So that's the reason why we have these two different tabs within a strategy profile. We will start with the general strategy parameters because there we have more information here. The scheduling mode. Okay. So maybe I would request you to drill down that scheduling mode. We have interesting options here like find slot, infinite scheduling, infinite sequencing, and all. Yeah. So we will take one simple example for each, and then probably we will see how it is going to be differentiable. Find slot. What's the thought process by seeing this name? Find slot. What it could be? Sabo?
I mean, it's looking for a slot.
Yeah. It's looking for
Yeah,
an exact time, say the capacity requirement to fit in the order. That's well said. Yeah. Can you go to the next option? I mean, within the scheduling mode, yeah. Insert operation. Insert operation, what it could be? So why is the system trying to insert an operation?
yeah, I think. Right, if there are multiple operations, like suppose the machine time if you try to squeeze some operation, or if you in between, maybe within the same, I don't know, it's within the same order also, right? You can insert an operation.
So yeah, when we say insert, between the two operations. Yeah. So when we spoke about the activities and relationships, maybe in the third session, I believe, right, Sabo, where we spoke about how your offset values can further be nullified, or probably why was the reason why they had this additional, say, offset values to be maintained so that they are able to make the smooth flowing of the operations. But if they want to cut it short, or if they want to use the traditional spaces what they had in the resource point of view, probably they can use this insert operation. The squeeze in operation also in a similar fashion, which is the next one in the options, selection options. You don't reduce the operation time. No. When I say squeeze in the operation, I really say, if I say, for example, if I have to say make okay, if I have to say, if I have to make a bowl of a soup, probably I have to heat the water, say, for 10 minutes. But what happens if I'm going to squeeze the operation duration? If I'm going to cut it short to 1 minute, will I be getting the same recipe in the same fashion? Probably no, because I have reduced the overall duration. No, that shouldn't happen here. I cannot squeeze the operation time, but probably I'm trying to squeeze in, I'm trying to remove those offset values what system would consider, which would be there existing in between the operations. So you are taking a choice of whether these operations with the offset which we have maintained should that be squeezed or not, with just a simple change of this scheduling mode, rather than manually changing it and then adjusting the capacity necessities. So as a planner, as a production planner, if I have to modify it, probably I have to go to see the different operations of a order, and then probably I have to manage accordingly, and only then probably I would be able to see the difference, which is surely a very much manual intervention process, and which would surely need more time for the analysis purpose, which is made very easy with just an option of this scheduling mode change. Yeah. So insert and append, what would be the difference? Can someone tell me?
I guess no.
Okay. So whenever I say append, it is at the end of the stack. That means, say if I have operations like say 10, 20, 30, and when I say append operation, probably it comes as 40 at the end of the stack. But when I say insert operation, probably it can be in between any of them. It can be in between 10 and 20, it can be between 20 and 30. But when I say simply append operation, it will be at the end of the stack. Okay, append operation. Yeah. Then we have this infinite scheduling. So this is something which is very commonly used by the planners to identify the resource and their unavailabilities. How is this going to say make a difference in the order processing? Very important. Probably you can also try to give a try by doing a change of this strategy profile specific setting and see what is how the order processing is getting different. So as we see, the first one, which is find slot, wherein probably we have seen the system is trying to match, exactly find out as an adequate space or adequate capacity on a resource by which it can ensure that its order is getting scheduled in that resource. As we mentioned, the strategy profile settings are very much important for us in the context of PPDS planning. And as we know, the both material and capacity planning are both of them are done at the right time in the same time as a single step rather than as two different steps as how we compare it with the production planning. So these settings, they play a very vital role to ensure that the both material and also the capacity plannings are managed the right way. So if you want to say that, okay, for a given point of time, for a given resource, I don't want to consider its capacity, and probably I still want to do the planning of it with the just change of the scheduling mode, right? From, say, for example, finite slot to an infinite scheduling, probably you are trying to make a difference in the approach of the capacity consideration, right? From the say a resource which is finite in nature, where the resource and its availability were considered earlier, to an infinite scheduling where you are not really considering the capacity necessities and still you are trying to create the orders. Okay. In which type of situations do we use this type of strategy? Okay, so you get your planned independent requirements, and according to that you have to create your supply limits. This is a case study. Let us say what would happen. So probably the day when you have received your PIRs, probably they are huge in the number, and it is still falling into a same day of your plan. So what happens in general when you have your strategic and tactical planning and then the operational planning? The tactical planning inputs, they come into the same big bucket, let us say, right? Whereas when you are trying to further classify, you are trying to do the further scheduling, probably you have to divide it for the whole day wise, and then you have to do the scheduling of it, which basically the planners do. Is it the same way how it also happens for you, Zabo? You get your, say, maybe your plan independent requirements or customer independent requirements. Maybe one day it is too huge and one day it is very small, something as such you get it, or you say it is evenly distributed. Raghu, we get it as sales orders on a regular basis, and according to that we do how it is. So you can just try to think in that way, and how an infinite scheduling would be helping you as a plan. Yeah.
Okay.
The other options also are similar in the fashion, like insert operations and close the gaps at the ends, where you're trying to make your operation call duration flexible enough to close the gaps, right? And also search for the bucket with free capacity, and finally the infinite sequencing. So what would be the difference between an infinite scheduling and infinite sequencing? Any idea? Some thought process, please.
Yeah, in case of infinite scheduling, it won't take any capacities into consideration. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and in case of infinite sequencing,
We have used already this just in sequence technique, which means that we had to identify each and every item which was put on a pallet, creating a handling unit. But I don't think that's the same sequencing here.
The sequencing here speaks about at a given specific resource wise, how should your orders be processed? So basically what happens, probably according to your capacity requirements. So one after the other, the orders, sorry, yeah, one after the other orders which have been scheduled, they come one after the other according to the capacities how they were available. But once you set up this as infinite sequencing, so though they have already considered the capacity and they have been scheduled, but because you have made it as infinite sequencing, so you would see, for example, the orders which have to be processed for the whole week or maybe for the whole month, they may stand onto a single day, as which makes it to your resource as an overloaded capacity. So if you remember, it is also something, it is something happening even to the infinite scheduling also, because the capacity was not in a rightful way it is. So similarly, it also happens in the infinite sequencing. So whether it is infinite scheduling or infinite sequencing, you're not really taking a correct approach or the righteous way of how your resource is being getting utilized. So these two options will give the planners to understand, was the orders not getting created in the real time? Was it because of the capacity constraint or not? By just changing this as an option, they will be able to evaluate it much more easier way. Okay, so that's the need why they have this as two different options. So if you are trying to load so many orders into the same day at the same time, which is not really physically possible, because too many orders which will, which will completely take more than some days, you're trying to sit in the same day. Why are you trying to able to do the scheduling in that fashion? Because you have maintained it as infinite sequence. So that's the reason. Whereas when you say about infinite scheduling, for example, I have mentioned about an example where, say, for every hour I would produce, say, 10 units of a product, and I want to produce, say, for example, 10,000 units, and I do not have a sufficient capacity. Probably I only have a capacity of, say, producing 100 or one or say 200. For this such a huge of demand of, say, 1,000 units, I can still never be able to schedule the order if I was using a find slot as an option. and then probably I will just make a change to my strategy profile wherein I will try to say it as infinite scheduling, and then try to create an order. System will automatically create an order because it was not considering the capacity in the other case. Then I will have a very clear information that okay, this specific order creation was not possible earlier because there was a constraint with my supply. So in that way, the people would try to make this what if analysis more and more effectively, and then give their inputs, or then try to take the necessary actions for making the planning more better. So that's the way how they approach to it. Okay, then we will go to the finite capacity. But before we go to finite capacity, any questions to me on the scheduling mode? I hope it is clear. We are going to use the scheduling modes as an examples in our users case studies in our going forward sessions. So please ask me if you have any questions to this. Yeah. No questions? Okay, I assume it is yes. No questions. Then we'll go with the finite capacity. Yeah, you have three options. One is at a resource master level, it can be determinable, or it is time continuous or bucket capacity. So at the resource master, yes, we can see this option. Can you open quickly a resource master for me where we can see this finiteness, the finite capacity? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can you also maintain the model planning version name, which we already discussed that it is independent version as of now? Mm-hmm. Display. Can you go to the PPDS bucket capacity? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can see here it is time continuous or it is bucket capacity. So according to that, you can make a change, or you can also maintain it to a strategy profile range. But what is the difference when I say it as a time continuous capacity and bucket capacity? What could be a bucket? How do you want to define it as a bucket? What's the process? All are free to share their views, please. Yeah. Vijay?
So this basically what is time bucket capacity, and so if the finite capacity bucket capacity, suppose if you try to yeah, maybe the exact definition I don't know, but if we say weekly buckets or monthly buckets, like the capacity is certainly limited. Based on that limited buckets, like we consider our capacity, whereas in time continuous capacity, maybe I'm not sure, is it yeah, it won't take buckets into consideration. Is not sure what exactly is that. Yeah. So, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Suresh?
No, Raghu. I think as per my knowledge, bucket capacity planning means it's based on that periods. So what we are giving that normal DP and SNP. So in
Mm-hmm.
each bucket, they'll planning and bucket wise. Time continuous means whatever the date range you are giving, I think it's continuously planning for the particular range.
Fair enough. Yeah. Then, Jabo, you have any other thought process, please?
Oh, I have nothing to add, but it's not entirely clear yet.
Okay, no problem. I'll explain you. So when we say about a bucket, so probably you could so imagine, say you give your input of your raw materials of a particular resource, and probably it has to process it for say for the whole 3 days, and after third day you get the output of your raw materials to your finished products or SG products, whatever it is. So you say that your resource is working with a bucket size of what as 3 days of a bucket size. Probably it means probably you want to schedule the whole resource with the bucket size of say 3 days. Probably you have say 6 buckets or 7 buckets in a whole month, let us say. That means you are trying to have a defined time period of so-called the bucket with the duration of the 3 days and all, and then accordingly you are trying to determine the capacity and the availability of it according to the buckets. Am I right? So you are trying to say that okay, it is available for the next 6 buckets or next 5 buckets or next 3 buckets, something as such. That's your bucket capacity. That's the first approach. But when we come to this time continuous, so as we have seen, this is a granular level of planning what is needed for us for our PPDS. Where probably you see every minute level of planning, like even for the next seconds, how it has to be planned, is what you're trying to determine under this time continuous capacity. So as how Suresh has mentioned, very good Suresh, that it's a whole range of the dates which the system has to consider. So I don't think you're in a change mode. If you can go to this bucket capacity as a checkbox. You have that as an option where you can see how the dates have been given to you. Yeah, you can go to a change mode or you can do a change if you are allowed to do that here in the system, but it's development or lower environment. Try to do that and just you can see that bucket capacity comes up there where you can see the values of it. If not, probably you can try to see if you have any other resource which has that as active, if you have it. Okay, so that's how you have your finite capacity defining up. Should there be a time continuous capacity where it is more to the granular levels of seconds and which is very much needed for us in the PPDS, or should there be taking up a bucket orientation as a process? Okay, so let's go back to the strategy profile. So we have the next one is the finiteness level, the SPR setting, what we have just now seen. The same thing can be used here, which finiteness level capacity, which finiteness level to be used, what is the value it has to use. You can try to also add it here. That's the one. And the planning directions, yeah, we will discuss it in our next session. Is that okay? Or you say, okay, we can discuss it now. Planning directions.
You can quickly explain what's the reverse part, otherwise I know.
The reverse is nothing but, so the reverse of forward is backward. So it is trying to say it as forward and then the backward. And the same also with backward and reverse, that is backward and then the forward means. That's the reverse of
Hmm.
it.
Okay, next time we can talk about that a bit more.
Yeah, sure. So we will speak about the other parameters options also in detail and also the strategy parameters for dependent objects in our next session. So I would just want to give some time for the any questions if you have before we call of the day for both of you, Vijay, Suresh, and also Zabo.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay.
When will be your next session?
Monday, not this Monday, but the next
Okay.
after. Mhm.
Okay.
So 10th February, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Raghu. See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you all. Have a nice week. Bye bye.